Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Bridges, Baisley,
Excused.
Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum,
Excused.
Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez,
Excused.
Hansen, Henriksen, Jaquez Lewis, Kolker, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Lundin, Marchman, Moreno, Mullica,
Excused.
Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger, Baisley, Exum, Gonzalez, don't see Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We do have a quorum. Will the good senator from Fort Collins please lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members and guests, will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Exum.
Good morning, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of Wednesday, April 12th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
April 13, 2023, correctly printed Senate Bill 278, 279, 280, and 281. Correctly engrossed Senate Bill 105, 247, and 249. Correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 7, 27, 59, 173, 191, and 210. Correctly revised House Bill 1052 and 1132. Correctly re-revised House Bill 1089, 1183, and 1204. Correctly enrolled Senate Bill 168, 169, and 170. Senate Joint Memorial 5. Senate Resolution 6 and 7.
Members, we do have a special guest with us. He graciously took the day off from his homeschooling and his math class at home to join us today. Please welcome Senator Kevin Lundberg. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege by the senator from Jefferson County, the birthday boy from Peltonia, and the senator from Centennial.
Does seem like we have an objection. You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Today is homeschool day, Christian homeschool day at the Capitol. I have a tribute here that I'm going to read concerning this designation of April 13, 2023 as Home Education Day in Colorado. Whereas Colorado law affirms that it is the primary right and obligation of parents to choose the proper education and training for children under their care and supervision, and that home-based education is a legitimate alternative to classroom attendance for the instruction of children. And whereas home education is part of America's national heritage, as evidenced in the formative years of home-educated Americans such as George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, whose birthday is today also, John Quincy Adams, Abraham Lincoln, Theodore Roosevelt, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Abigail Adams, Patrick Henry, John Jay, Booker T. Washington, Andrew Carnegie, Thomas Edison, Mark Twain, and Ansel Adams. And whereas the growing research on adults who were home educated indicates that they internalize the values and beliefs of their parents at a high rate. And whereas recent research affirms that home educated students have shown to be well socialized across a wide range of age groups and diverse populations. And whereas home educated students participate at a higher rate in local community service and are more civically engaged, and whereas home educated students score above average on achievement tests regardless of their parents' level of formal education or their family's household income, and whereas recent data revealed that Colorado private homeschool students are scoring at the 84th to 91st percentile across the subjects of reading, language, math, science, and social studies on standardized academic achievement tests, and whereas a study found that 82% of young people who were homeschooled plan to use homeschooling for at least part of their children's education, and whereas it is estimated that homeschool families saved Colorado taxpayers approximately $782 million in 2022, and whereas homeschool families come from diverse clinical backgrounds and minorities make up 41% of home-educated students, and whereas parents who have home-educated their children are to be commended for their extraordinary sacrifice and commitment to that has produced millions of home-educated graduates who are equipped to be successful and productive citizens because of the values, education, and training they have received from their parents. Now and therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, honor, thank, and celebrate home educators and their home-educated children of this state and recognize April 13th, 2023 as Home Education Day in Colorado. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be sent to Christian home educators of Colorado, Governor Jared Polis, and Brian D. Ray, founder and president of National Home Educators Research Institute. Some know, but maybe not many know, that my wife and I homeschooled our girls. They went on to college, they excelled, they become wonderful mothers and wives, and my youngest daughter is homeschooling her children. It's a great way of life, and it's great to be able to install your values and your tools to cope with society when your children reach that age that they go out in the world. So I'd also like to introduce the president of Colorado Home Educators, Homeschool Educators, and that is Bill Roach, and his daughter Grace is here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
So, members, today is Religious Freedom Day. And even as we speak, people of various faiths are gathering in the West Foyer to celebrate our constitutional right to worship, or not, as we please. And I'd like to present this tribute. The Senate of Colorado Legislature convened in the first regular session of the 74th General Assembly hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendations to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and the Interfaith Alliance of Colorado. The members of the Colorado Senate are pleased to extend commendation to volunteers from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and other faith organizations represented by the Interfaith Alliance of Colorado for their work in building awareness and respect for the freedom of religion guaranteed by the United States Constitution. By hosting the annual Colorado Religious Freedom Day celebration, they bring together people of different backgrounds, beliefs, and persuasions in the common cause of honoring the right of all Americans to worship as they see fit. We pay tribute to their efforts to demonstrate their faith through community service. So thank you, members. They'll be gathering at 11 a.m. in the West Foyer for a little ceremony with the governor, a little event with the governor. So if you want to stop by, that would be great.
Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you. Colleagues, April is Donate Life Month in Colorado. Governor Polis has proclaimed April as Donate Life Month, and today we shine a light on the importance of registering as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Together, we can raise awareness about donation and encourage Coloradans to register as organ, eye, and tissue donors as we honor those that have saved lives through the gift of donation. Everyone has received a packet on your desk with a tie. It's a Shine a Light kit to light up communities across Colorado and highlight the nearly 1,500 Coloradans needing a life-saving transplant today. As you see in the kit, there's blue and green ties. I'm wearing last year's tie that was given to us. If you remember last year, I did a tribute then. Feel free, please wear these in honor of this observance during Blue and Green Spirit Week this week. Locations all over the state will be lit in blue and green. The Colorado State Capitol is joining in on the lighting events April 13th, today, and 14th. The House porch on the west side of the Capitol is lit in blue and green tonight and tomorrow for Blue and Green Day. Tonight, the Donor Alliance is hosting an event at the City and County of Denver Building and McNichols Civic Center with the Lieutenant Governor and possibly Senator Buckner.
Possibly.
It starts at 6:45 p.m. tonight and goes till 7:30. Would you like to say something?
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pretty emotional this morning because of Donor Alliance. Back in 2017, Donor Alliance decided to honor my husband, my late husband. Every time you go to get your driver's license, they ask you, would you like to make a donation to the Emily Keyes, John W. Buckner Organ Donation Fund? And I was so excited that they did this because it's keeping his legacy alive. And my husband really believed in the gift of life, and he really believed in organ donations. And unfortunately, when he died unexpectedly, the only organs, his organs weren't able to be used because of sarcoidosis, which was the disease he had. And it unfortunately infiltrated all of his organs. So here he wanted to give this gift of life, and he couldn't. But they were able to use his cornea. So 2 people in Virginia have the gift of sight now because of my husband, which is a blessing. So it just hit me this morning because I don't know why, I think I'm tired too. We were here late, so late last night. But it really hit me this morning that we were doing this morning, but it's so important. And the gift of life is so crucial. So please put your candle in your office or in your window, sign up to be an organ donor. And when I see all these young people here today who are homeschooled, you mean so much to me, but the gift of life is so important. And just remember that you can also be a donor at some point in your life. So thank you for honoring me. Thank you for honoring my husband. So when you go get your license renewed, they will be asking you for a donation. And this money goes to a fund that does illuminate the fact that organ donation is so important. So thank you.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to reiterate that, Colorado leads the nation as the most generous state in the country when it comes to registering to become an organ, eye, and tissue donor with a 66% donor designation rate. And thank you to my good senator here from Aurora and all she's done. And I hope we can continue to lead the nation. Thank you.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Maybe I shouldn't have. I'm really grateful for this tribute and the day honoring what my good colleagues said. Sorry, I'm stumbling on my words. I know that we are the most generous state for organ donors, but as my friend mentioned, there are a number of people that are waiting on lists to receive one. And my mom's cousin, my Aunt Janie, last week just passed away, waiting for a kidney. And I only mention it because sometimes we might think, well, someone else might do it. You know, this applies to somebody else. She endured dialysis for a very long time. She was very young, and we are mourning her and the countless others who are in the same position, and very grateful to those who are going to take the step to actually proactively sign up to become a donor. And the only reason I mentioned it today was because I feel it's important to illustrate the reality of what it's like to be on the list waiting and ultimately to not receive an organ, a life-saving measure. And so if you or your family members could consider participating in this, someone like my Aunt Janie might have a different outcome because of you. And so I thank you for the time. I apologize for my emotions, but I really appreciate this and everything, all of your attention today. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. When I started dating my brilliant wife, Anne Marie, about 13 years ago, her father had just started dialysis. And about 6 years later, the young man died in a prison fight. And whatever mistakes had led that young man to prison and to that end, he was an organ donor. And he saved my father-in-law's life. So please, please, everybody, sign up to be an organ donor. It is something that will never affect you personally as an organ donor until well after there are any consequences for you that you will know about. But after you're gone, you could save a life. Please, please become an organ donor.
Thank you, members, for all of the moments of personal privilege this morning. And welcome to all of the different guests who are here in the Capitol. We wish we could have all of you on the Senate floor, but I don't think you would fit. So I appreciate you all being here in the events that are taking place today. Third reading of bills. Will the clerk please add Senator Malika to the roll? Third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the titles of the bills on the consent calendar?
House Bill 1052, Representative Marshall, Senator Fields, concerning a requirement that a veteran who has individual employability status be treated equivalently to a veteran who has 100% permanent disability when determining eligibility for any state veterans benefit and in connection therewith expanding eligibility for the property tax exemption for veterans with a disability to include a veteran who does not have a service-connected disability rated as a 100% permanent disability but does have individual unemployability status. Senate Bill 247, Senator Gonzalez, Representative Soper, concerning the establishment of the Division of Civil Protections and Rights in the Department of Law. Senate Bill 249, Senator Bridges and Van Winkle, Representative McLaughlin and Evans, concerning false reporting of an emergency. House Bill 1132, Representative Snyder and Soper, Senator Fields, concerning the Court Data Sharing Task Force and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading consent calendar, which consists of House Bill 1052, Senate Bill 247, Senate Bill 249, and House Bill 1132.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 247 and House Bill 1132.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 247 and House Bill 1132. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 247 and House Bill 1132.
Senator Baisley will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 247 and House Bill 1132.
Thank you.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. I'd like to be recorded as no vote on House Bill 1132.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1132. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 247.
Yep. You're good. Senator Pelton B will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 247. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 247.
Senator Pelton R will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 247. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 247.
Senator Will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 247. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1132.
Senator Rich will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1132. Minority Leader Lundin.
Good morning, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1132.
Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1132. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1052 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Roberts, Exum, Gonzalez, Danielson, Marchman, Winter, Henriksen, Cutter, Buckner, Mullica, Priola, Rodriguez, Janal, Majority Leader Moreno. With a vote of 30 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 247 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Majority Leader Moreno, Rodriguez, Roberts, Marchman, Priola, Cutter, Hansen, Exum, Zenzinger. Please add the president. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 249 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Will, Roberts, Malika, Exum, Hanson, Liston, Majority Leader Moreno, Janal, Zenzinger, Winter, Priola. The Peltons. Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Henriksen, Buckner. Please add the president. With a vote of 30 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1132 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Gonzalez, Rodriguez, Exum, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Winter, Hanson. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 105?
Senate Bill 105, Senators Danielson and Buckner, Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Bacon, concerning the implementation of measures to ensure equal pay for equal work and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 105 on third reading and final passage and urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. Excuse me. All of a sudden I hit something there. I think I'm okay. Members, last night we had a lot of discussion with regard to Senate Bill 105. And I asked for a lot of amendments, which, quite frankly, I think we all know how it works. Working with the business community brought forward a lot of amendments. And that business community, because last night we were told about the numerous stakeholder meetings that were had, but the business community had said how they didn't feel like they were engaged for the bill until early this year, so a few months ago. Now that same business community had written letters, so they had been engaged and said, here are some of the problems that we're seeing with this that we would like to get some clarification on and get rid of some of the confusing language. So it makes it easier for us to implement the bill to actually get to the purpose of what the original legislation, Senate Bill 2019-85, what the original purpose of the legislation was, which was to eliminate pay disparities that are based on gender, as well as other factors like race, sexual orientation, age, religion, disability, and national origin. Because this business community supports the purpose of the legislation. In fact, they support it by one of the parts of the business community that I was hoping to assist was the National Federation of Independent Businesses. And as we all know, they're the voice of small business. They have over 6,500 members, 6,500 members, representing anywhere from 45,000 to 65,000 employees. And the other business community that is bringing forth their concerns represents thousands of businesses, thousands, and over 250,000 employees. They're not a community organization. They aren't advocacy groups. They are the business community. They are the stakeholders in this, trying to make this bill work better. I had several amendments. One of the amendments I had was, quite honestly, it was proposed by the governor's office. And it was to allow for remote workers to be able to get jobs in other states. Because as I stated last night, I'll read it again what the Wall Street Journal said after they had talked to several businesses and several companies, that here's what businesses were saying after the equal pay law in Colorado was passed. That they would put out notices that said the work that is to be performed entirely outside of Colorado. That it's a remote job, except that it's not eligible to be performed in Colorado. Work location is flexible if approved by the company, except that position may not be performed remotely from Colorado. And the Wall Street Journal said, while labor and legal experts say there's nothing technically stopping Coloradans from still applying and being eligible for such jobs, the disclaimers are likely to discourage people wanting to work remotely from the state from pursuing such opportunities. It's kind of opposite of what we were trying to get to, or what the original bill was trying to get to, or even what this bill is trying to get to. And in fact, like I said, the governor's office was suggesting, and I put it forward, another one of his lucky days, I put it forward stating that it was really to add an exemption, that the exemption wouldn't apply to an employer that has an office or physical location outside of Colorado, but not in Colorado, whose only employees in Colorado perform their job duties fully remotely, and that has fewer than 15 employees in Colorado. And what I believe I heard one of the sponsors say last night is that most remote workers are women. So why wouldn't we want to try and fix this? If most remote workers are women, why wouldn't we be trying to fix the issue with remote workers that businesses and even the governor's office have brought forward? Because it's saying the lack of exclusion of remote work positions has made Colorado less economically attractive. And there is a disincentive for national employers to open remote jobs, as well as jobs that can be performed in several states, to Coloradoans. A bill that is supposed to be helping close the gender gap in worker pay could be making it harder for women, Colorado women, regardless, to find a job. And I think it was great that the sponsors brought forward one amendment, L013. But regardless of that amendment being passed, Senate Bill 23105 does not provide clarity, but creates additional burdens on employers by extending the statute of limitations on back pay from 3 to 6 years, by ignoring geographical considerations in the application of the law, by not taking into account employees under collective bargaining agreements, by ignoring the impact to Colorado's workforce by not making exception for remote workers. For those reasons, I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 23105.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. We all have the pretty much same amount of people in each of our districts. I have 2 aides that I have religiously having them mark down and kind of tabulate all of the contacts with my office, either have it be through text messaging, have it be through phone calls, have it be through emails, have it be through coming to my office and checking with me. And I just double checked with my aides again this morning, and on this particular bill, I had absolutely 0 constituent outreach from anybody contacting my office, talking about their approval or their disapproval of this bill. These included businesses. I didn't hear from a single business in my district telling me that they didn't like this bill or that they were in love with this bill. I didn't have any of these employees who work in any of these businesses that they didn't like this bill and they were in love with this bill and wanted me to vote for this. So what I reached out to is some organizations that did contact me. And I have a copy of a letter from one of those, and I'll read that to you. And they were asking for my support on this. And this is from the American Association of University Women. Is one of the oldest women's organizations in the country, empowering women since 1881. The mission of the AAUW is to advance equity for women and girls through research, education, and advocacy. AAUW has led the fight for economic empowerment for women, and we have made progress over the years. Yet women continue to lag men in both pay and opportunity. Many families are headed by women who have been especially hard hit by the COVID pandemic and its after effects. While fair pay is critical now, lower pay during working years translates into lower income during retirement as well. AAUW of Colorado believes Senate Bill 105 will be a step forward in leveling the playing field for women in terms not only of equal pay, but also equal opportunity to compete for jobs and promotions. We believe this bill will add transparency and accountability requirements that will encourage a more open and fair environment for women. For these reasons, AAUW of Colorado strongly supports Senate Bill 105 and requests your aye vote in the committee and throughout the process of it becoming law. And it was signed by former Representative Sue Ryden. Well, I'll let this organization know and the people of the state of Colorado that I support women in everything that they do, and I will be an aye vote on this bill as well.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a lot of conversation about the facts, and the facts remain that women are not paid equally. I've had the same experience as the good senator from Centennial. In terms of my constituent outreach, I received the same letter from the American Association of American University Women, and people just expect us to come here and do the right thing. And I am shocked about some of the arguments. When you tell your kids to do the right thing, and I know we all do that. I know we all care about raising raising our families right and putting our imprint on the world. But when we tell them to do the right thing, we don't tell them to do the right thing only when it's easy. We don't tell them to do the right thing except not sometimes, because that might be an administrative burden or whatever. And I don't mean to make light of that, but sometimes doing the right thing is hard. And that's okay, because at the end of the day, it is still the right thing to do. So either you believe in equal pay some of the time, or you believe in equal pay for equal work all of the time. And I am firmly committed to this bill. I'm so happy to be here to support the sponsors on this. I remember when you ran the original bill. I was a brand new legislator and really, really proud to be able to join in the bill signing and show women and girls in Colorado that we care and that their work matters and that their voice matters. And my daughter's not less than anyone, and your daughter's not less than anyone else.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as a member of this body, as I consider legislation, I have many obligations, as do you, in the consideration. One is whether or not the policy is good policy. But another, and again, I think these are self-identified, but another is to see to it that we don't pass legislation, no matter whether one agrees with the policy or not. We don't pass legislation that creates unnecessary or even unconstitutional statutes in our books, or things that just don't fit or make sense. And I looked at one and called it to your attention last evening, and I want to put this on the record on thirds. what Senate Bill 105 does, among other things, is it creates in the Department of Labor and Employment a mechanism for investigating complaints about equal pay and making findings about whether an employer's conduct constituted a violation of the Equal Pay Act. And then it says, upon a finding of a violation of the Section 85102, which is wage discrimination prohibitions, order compliance and relief as authorized by this Part 1, which is 8-5-101 et sec. Now, the difficulty with this is this. Right now, the statute gives the director the authority to create and administer really a complaint and mediation process. And it says any aggrieved person, someone who believes they've been discriminated against, can file a civil action. And either party in that civil action can get a jury trial. Okay, that's, right now the statute's pretty straightforward as to how the rights and remedies work. But Senate Bill 105 says that the director is going to investigate complaints, or by the way, or other leads concerning violations of wage discrimination. And upon a finding of violation, well, that finding is a fact finding. Right now, one goes to the courthouse and is entitled to a jury trial, and there's an adversarial proceeding. By the way, there is in the remedies, the aggrieved person could obtain attorney's fees and cost, and so getting an attorney for a meritorious case is not going to be a difficult thing. But now we've created this side-by-side remedy where the director, him or herself, can make these findings, and the director can just impose these remedies that are found in really in 85104. Legal and equitable relief. The director will just be able to tell an employer what to do. Even if the employer says, I didn't do that, I disagree. And these things are subject to factual differences and different understandings. They are. That's why we have jury trials. Now, it is true that the statute says the director is to promulgate rules to enforce this Article 5, and one hopes somebody in the Attorney General's office will say to them, you know, you can't just make a finding as the director of CDLE or the director's designee. You can't just do that without due process. You can't do that without a right to appear. And you know, the other interesting thing about this is that the statute says, well, you have a right to a jury trial, but this statute says, or this bill says, well, aggrieved person, even if you don't win in front of the director, you can still file a suit. So you got two bites at the apple. I think there are a lot of issues around this, and I raised them, and again, I raised them and said quite clearly, however I feel about the policy, this as a legal process and procedure and constitutional matter, has a lot of problems. Now, the good senator from Aurora commented last night in response, if I understood correctly, that they were putting this process in to make it easier and thought it would be better for employers. I don't think it's better for employers. I mean, a mediation process is, and that's what exists now, but an investigation by CDLE, which can of its own volition raise matters and make findings and do so without any guarantee in the bill that they have due process, or what appeal they might have if there's a misinterpretation of the law. I think Rule 106 of the Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure would permit that, but that's a very nuanced thing, and you have to do it pretty quickly. It's not well defined. Members, I hope over in the House somebody will take a look at this process and procedure and say we need to clean it up. An aggrieved employee, and I put that in quotes because maybe they're aggrieved and maybe they're not, shouldn't get two bites at the apple. If the director says, no, I don't find a case here, they shouldn't be able to run off to court and say, oh, well, I still think I have a case. Or if that's the case, then employers ought to be able to do that as well. I mean, this process and procedure should be balanced. It is not balanced. And this bill purports to give the director of CDLE the authority to order reemployment, reinstatement, lost wages, liquidated damages, things that courts do after jury trials or trials to the bench, if that's what the parties elect. This is a serious problem in the statute, and it's a problem quite separate and apart from whether or not the wage discrimination policy is a good policy in the way that it's done and so forth. And I ask the sponsors to take a look at that, and I fear it has fallen on deaf ears that there really is an underlying legal process issue that, by the way, puts this entire process at risk at the courthouse in the future. I urge a no vote.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to thank everyone for the respectful debate that we've had on this bill. One thing I love is the fact that even if we disagree on policy, we still respect each other. And I just want to thank you all for the respectful debate that we've had over this, because we don't all agree on this policy. We all want equal pay for women, but we don't necessarily agree on everything in this bill. But a couple of things that I would just like to clear up is about the engagement. We have been engaging with so many people over the last year about this bill. And I can't name everyone in the business community that I met with, but I sure did meet with a lot of people. A lot of times it was by Zoom. A lot of times it was in my office. But one thing I just want to remember is the fact that engagement doesn't always mean we agree. But there was engagement. But we just didn't agree about some of the points that are not in this bill. And we have a lot of women counting on us. And I am hoping that in the future, we can even do more to help women in the workforce, making sure that they can make a living wage and that they are paid fairly for their work. So I'm asking for an aye vote on this really important bill, 105.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleague from Aurora, it's been a real honor to work with you on this measure over the last few years. I just wanted to bring the conversation back to the policy in front of us and the purpose for it. Because the reality of it is that women still earn, on average, only 83 cents for every dollar earned by men for the exact same work. And that only gets a lot worse if you are a woman plus another intersectional qualification. So if you happen to be a disabled woman, if you happen to be an older woman, if you happen to be a woman in the LGBTQ community, unfortunately, the pay disparity grows. If you happen to be an Asian woman, you earn only 76 cents on the dollar. If you happen to be a black woman, you only earn 60 cents on the dollar. Native American women, 57 cents on the dollar. And Latina women earn roughly 55 cents on the dollar to their male counterparts for the exact same work. Are they working any less? Are they working any fewer hours? Are they less qualified? Are they producing less? Is the work product worse? No. These statistics reflect the reality that for the exact same work, women earn far less than men, and we are working to address that disparity. Because after all, do I get to pay $3 a gallon for gas? Or when a carton of eggs costs about $6, do my neighbors who are women get to pay $5? Do our mortgages cost 83% less? Do our rental agreements accommodate for the woman factor and reduce the monthly obligation by 20, 30, 40, or 45% according to what community you belong to as a woman? Do I get to pay less for my kids' clothing, or their health care, or their college? I mean, obviously the answer is no. The last time I checked, I was expected to pay the same amount for everything that I purchase, even though we women across the board earn far less for the exact same work. We can do better. The state of Colorado can do better. And the voters and constituents have demanded this of us. No matter if you have a D, an R, or an independent behind your name, equal pay for equal work is high on the list of important issues year after year after year to the people that we represent. We need to address it for workers in the workforce today to have an immediate impact and work to stop this discrimination in the workforce. But maybe more importantly, we need to address it for the generations to come. Last night, some of you know my baby was sick, and so I kind of rushed out of here, and I didn't get to see my kids before they went to sleep. Callum's okay and on the mend, avoided another hospital stay, thank goodness. But when I got to see Isabel this morning, she said, "Why did you have to work so late, Mama?" And I said, "Well, honey, I had to be at the Senate. We were working late." And she said, "Well, what did you do?" And I said, "Well, I needed to pass a bill to make sure that boys and girls get the same amount of money for the same jobs that they do, that boys and girls are treated equally when they go to work. You know, Mama and Dada, we work real hard, and that's what we did. We did a bill to hopefully pass a bill to make sure that women are treated equally." And she said, "Okay, could I please have some cream of wheat?" And I said, "Okay, all right." I bring it up because you know how much I love her, as you all love your daughters and your granddaughters and your nieces and your neighbors, your cousins, your sisters, your mothers. I hope that when we take this additional bold step forward, like we did in 2019, that my daughter will learn in school about how the United States of America used to pay women less for the same exact work. That it's a thing of the past by the time she enters the workforce. That she will learn about it in history class or civics, that these statistics used to be the reality for women in the workplace and only got worse if they weren't white women in the workplace. That the state of Colorado, she is the 5th generation of my family to live here, to grow up here, she can be proud that we, the state of Colorado, took steps to address that type of discrimination. We took steps in 2019 and passed the original 2019 Equal Pay for Equal Work Act to try to close the wage gap and end that discrimination, and that today we have another concrete step that will close the wage gap, ensure women are paid what they earn, and ensure equal pay for equal work. I thank you for your time, and I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 105, ensure equal pay for equal work.
The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 105. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston, Gardner, Smallwood, Minority Leader Lundin, let's see. Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 105 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Roberts, Hanson, Mullica, Exum, Coleman, Gonzalez, Majority Leader Moreno, Colker, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Bridges, Sullivan, Cutter, Winter, Priola, Fields. Please have the president. The Senate will stand in a never mind. The Senate will stand in a senatorial 5. Message from the House.
April 13, 2023, Mr. President, the House has adopted and transmits herewith House Joint Resolution 1020 as printed in House Journal. April 13, 2023, the House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 214 as printed in House Journal April 13, 2023, and has repassed the bill so amended. The bill is returned herewith.
Conference Committee report.
First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 214 to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on Senate Bill 214 concerning the provision of payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, except as otherwise noted, has met and report that it has agreed upon the following. One, that the House receive from its amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill, and that the following amendments be substituted therefore. Respectfully submitted. Senate Committee, Senators Zenzinger, Chair, Bridges and Kirkmeyer. House Committee, Representatives Byrd, Chair, Sirota, and Bockenfield.
Members, just want to draw your attention and ask to bring it down a little bit. We are about to formally adopt the long bill. Consideration of Conference Committee reports.
Nothing happening here.
Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 214?
Senate Bill 214, Senator Zenzinger, Representative Byrd, concerning the provision for the payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, except as otherwise noted.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 214.
Senator Zenzinger, would you mind explaining what the Conference Committee did exactly?
Certainly, Mr. President and members. The Senate, during Budget Day, adopted 17 amendments to the budget, increasing the total appropriation by a total of $84.9 million, mostly general fund. The House action on the long bill retained 13 of those 17 Senate amendments and adopted 12 additional amendments. Compared to the introduced version of the long bill, the House version increased total appropriations by $111 million, including $108 million general fund. In the Conference Committee report, we retained 8 of the 17 Senate amendments, making the following changes to the introduced bill. We added $8 million general fund for the Colorado Crime Victims Service Fund. We added $4 million general fund for the the Community Crime Victims Grant Program in CDPAG. We added $1 million total funds for SNAP outreach. We added $500,000 general fund for the Tony Gramscis Youth Services Program. We added $500,000 general fund for the Colorado Wildlife Safe Passages Fund. We added $500,000 for the general fund for family planning purchases of services. We added $75,000 general fund for mental health first aid training for suicide prevention and added $11,727 general fund for the Civil Air Patrol operations. Yeah. The report also retained 7 of the 12 additional House amendments, making the following changes to the introduced bill. We added $2.3 million general fund for the Healthy Forests and Vibrant Communities Fund. We added $2 million general fund to expand local co-responder programs, $1 million general fund for Denver Health and Hospital Authority. We added $1 million general fund for the Rural Provider Access and Affordability Stimulus Grant Program. We added $500,000 general fund for the Veterans Assistance Grant Program. We added $425,000 general fund for the underfunded Courthouse Facilities Grant Program. And we added $100,000 general fund for Wildfire Capacity Mitigation Development Fund. To ensure that the overall budget remains balanced and funding remains available for other legislation, in some cases above, the increases are smaller. than what was passed in the House and Senate amendments. In addition to the conference committee report, we added 4 capital construction projects and 2 capital IT projects that will ride in a separate bill, which will transfer $18.2 million general fund to the capital construction fund for these projects. In addition, there was an appropriation of $10 million to the reinsurance program fund and $2 million general fund to the Victims and Witness Assistance and Law Enforcement Fund. Compared to the long bill as introduced, the conference committee report increases general fund appropriations by $38 million for fiscal year 23-24 and requires an additional transfer of $18.2 million general fund. All but approximately $800,000 of this is one-time funding. I want to also remind the members of what was in the original budget to begin with. The budget grew by approximately $1.2 billion, 8.9% of over last year's budget. More than 2/3 of this increase, however, including $442 million general fund, related to the expiration of the enhanced federal Medicaid match. The remaining $396 million was for healthcare policy and financing, primarily to cover projected Medicaid enrollment and expenditure changes and provider rate increases. We had, prior to the budget amendments, transferred $294 million for capital construction and information technology projects. We increased the appropriation for higher education by 10.1%, or approximately $147 million. We left the general fund appropriation for K-12 relatively flat, and it will increase public school funding by $485 million, or approximately $900 per pupil, prior to any reduction of the budget stabilization factor, which will occur in the school finance bill. Nearly $100 million was set aside for various education priorities related to special education, GTs, small attendance centers, BEST, facility schools, CSI. The proposal also included a 15% general fund reserve, and we also designated $543 million in cash assets for our constitutionally required state emergency reserve. And lastly, we maintained $111 million general fund in our controlled maintenance trust fund. For these reasons, we would respectfully ask for an aye vote on this conference committee report today.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, 2 weeks ago when we were on the Senate floor, that was not working. Whoops. Thank you. Thank you. So approximately 2 weeks ago when we were on the Senate floor and doing budget amendments, we were listening. That is your day. That's the way I look at it, is that's the day for the Senate. And when it's on the House floor, that's the day for the House members, for the General Assembly, to make their imprint, put their fingerprint on the budget, and tell us what's important. Tell the Joint Budget Committee members what's important. So when we were in the conference committee, again, we listened to what was happening that day, what was important to all of you. And I'm very proud to say that if we could have, I think every amendment that got on both in the House and the Senate, we would have tried to find a place, and we did try to find a place for it in the budget. There were just some things that were not able for us to put into the budget because they changed law, and we can't do that. So everywhere that we could add something where the House and the Senate both voted for an amendment, we were able to include that in the conference committee report. So I'm very proud of the work that we've done on the Joint Budget Committee, but I'm very proud of the fact that we actually listened to our Senate members and to our House members and said, yes, we're going to figure out a place for these items in the budget because they said these are a priority to them. So thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to add to that. When we closed the budget on the floor here in the Senate and sent it over to the House, I believe you, Senator Feinberg, Firehawk Fenberg said that we, as a budget committee, would just go and do whatever it is that we were going to do. And that's really just not what happened. We took these amendments, we took the amendments from both the Senate and the House. We found where there was overlap. We found where there were great ideas from one chamber that maybe didn't make it in the other. And we made changes. Most of the amendments that we didn't take from the Senate were illegal. So we can't do substantive law in the long bill. We can't put money into a line item that doesn't exist and needs to be created. And generally speaking, if your amendment passed and was legal, it is in this bill in some form. And so I want to say thank you to all of you for, I think, what was a great process. We ensured that there was a path to get things onto this, Democrat or Republican, and I'm extraordinarily proud of this conference committee report and of this budget, and thank all of you for the changes that you made to it as it came through.
Thank you, Senator Bridges, for not allowing us to break the law. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to, first off, just thank our staff, Director Campman, and all of the members of the JBC staff who helped us through the conference process. And I also want to congratulate and thank my fellow members of the Joint Budget Committee in both the House and the Senate for their work this year on the budget and their collaboration with regard to the Conference Committee report. You had some real advocates in the room on your side trying to ensure that we could achieve your policy goals in this year's budget. And for those reasons, I renew my motion that we adopt the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 214.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Fields.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. I want to thank the members of the JBC committee and the staff for their outstanding work. This is not easy work to do, and they start doing this work very early when many of us are on vacation. But I want to mention the document that appeared on our desks regarding the conference committee, because I believe that our budget is a reflection of what we value. But when I see the list of what was funded, you really had a strong focus on people. People and things, but when I look at it, it's like a strong focus on people and what people need. I'm not going to go through the list, but you have it. But I do want to highlight the emphasis that you put on crime victims and services. My colleague that sits with me on Health and Human Services from, I don't want to say Castle Rock, but it's not. Parker. Thank you. I need to express my gratitude to him because in committee I sponsored a bill to address Community Crime Victims Grant Program, and it was really underfunded. It was severely underfunded. And through the amendment process, and I appreciate that we had the opportunity to come up with these amendments, he was able to increase the funding for this program at the tune of $4 million. And they were asking for $800,000. Thank you. And let me explain what that will do, because it's significant. Because I work with crime victims all the time. And a lot of people that do this work, they do it based on their own passion for the work. But now, through this funding, they'll have the resources to do the work. And when you're a victim of crime, it has a ripple effect. Sometimes it's behavioral issues. Sometimes it could be suffering from the trauma of it. It could be someone died. And we had testimony that just talks about how people struggle to overcome being a victim. Because no one raises their hands and says, I want to be a crime victim today. No one does that. And when you are a victim of crime, what this conference report says, and it's just not in that one bill. I'm seeing Crime Victim Service Fund, $8 million. You're saying to the people of Colorado that if you've been impacted by crime, we are going to provide you with the resources and the support that you need to move beyond the trauma. Doesn't mean that you move beyond the grief or the pain, but whatever the state and these resources that are available, the state is validating that we want to help you get to the point that you can thrive and succeed beyond the pain and the drama that happened to you. I just want to say thank you on so many different levels. Thank you for understanding and putting a pin when it comes to understanding that crime victims need resources. And this is what this value and this conference committee report really pins for me, the value of helping people deal with being a crime victim. Thank you so very much.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 214. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 214 is adopted. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 214.
Is there any discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the final step in a long journey. A journey that I've had a chance to be a part of a few times. And I wanted to take just a brief moment to say thank you to our JBC chair. She has put in long hours for many years, as has the whole committee, but her leadership has been extraordinary. And I wondered if you would join me in thanking our incredible JBC chair.
Yeah. We better get 18 then. See no further discussion. The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 214. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Liston, Pelton R. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 214 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Thanks, everyone.
Senators Malika, Hansen, Exum, Janal, Coleman, Fields, Winter, Buckner, Priola, Cutter. Please have the president. Members, there's a strange man in the back of the chamber named Senator Ron Tupa. Please welcome him back to the legislature. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to the Senate proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege by the senator from Greenwood Village and Thornton.
The motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order.
Thank you so much.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. Just in honor of Senator Tupa back there, Part of the reason I'm here is that in 7th grade we had a shadow day, and I spent the morning shadowing a software programmer, and I have never been more bored in my entire life. And I spent the afternoon shadowing then Representative Ron Tupa, and that experience was so formative for me that here I am today. So if you want to blame anyone, you can blame Ron Tupa back there. Thank you.
You know, in a strange way, the reason why I'm here is also because of Senator Ron Tupa.
Now I'm upset.
Because if he wasn't term limited, who knows what could have happened.
Is this where we make a motion to bring term limits back?
Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I graduated from Mapleton School District. I went to school in Mapleton from kindergarten through 12th grade, and it's a piece of who I am, and I'm happy to have many students from that district here today. Senator Ron Tupa is a teacher in that district now and has brought some students down here, and I have some language I wanted to read and to welcome these students, and I'll pay whatever fine, whatever I need. Is there a fine for this if they're on the floor, Mr. President? No fine, no fine.
Today there is, yes.
Members, a few miles up the interstate from where we sit today is an exceptional school supporting students' dreams in the most innovative and responsive ways. North Valley School for Young Adults, one of the small by design schools available to families in Mapleton Public Schools, honors the dedication and perseverance of young scholars seeking a new educational pathway to success. We are fortunate to have the North Valley students joining us in the gallery or on the floor today. Every year, nearly 60 young adults get back on track and earn a high school diploma from Mapleton Public Schools. These schools then go on to positively contribute to these students go on to positively contribute to their families and communities through their voice, leadership, and talents. These outstanding students and the dedicated educators who support them on their journey are shining examples of the potential that lies within every individual. Their commitment to excellence is truly commendable. North Valley School for Young Adults and their entire Mapleton School District is a testament to education and transformational power. Mapleton Public Schools is an internationally accredited public school district located in Thornton, North Denver area of Adams County. Mapleton is committed to raising expectations, providing choices for learning, and removing obstacles for all students so that they can guarantee all students can achieve their dreams. Over the past decade, Mapleton has celebrated increased graduation rates and increased enrollment and continues to rapidly advance bold change for the success of all students. Thank you, North Valley School for Young Adults, for your dedication to your education, and thank you, Mapleton Public Schools, for your commitment to providing a supportive and inclusive learning environment. We are honored to have you here today, and we look forward to seeing all that you can achieve in the future. Members, if we can welcome these students and give them a round of applause. And members, if we can give the educators a round of applause as well. These are educators that put up with me as a student, so you can imagine, So thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the Capitol.
General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the committee of the whole consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of the general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rules relax for everybody up in here. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 65.
The motion is to proceed out of order to hear Senate Bill 65. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will hear Senate Bill 65. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 65?
Senate Bill 65, Senators Lundin and Bridges concerning changes to the Career Development Success Program.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 65 on second reading and the committee reports.
To the Education Committee report, Senator Bridges.
It was a good committee.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Education Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appropriately appropriated the appropriate appropriation.
The motion is the adoption of the appropriated Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good bill vote, yes.
The motion is the passage. Mr. Minority Leader.
Alternative pathways for students, alternative providers of educational resources. What could be better? Please vote yes.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 65. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And Senate Bill 65 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 205.
The motion is to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 205. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will move out of order for Senate Bill 205. Would the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 205?
Senate Bill 205, Senators Bridges and Lundin, Representatives Martinez and Wilson, concerning a scholarship program from Colorado high school graduates that prioritizes awards for students pursuing high-priority post-secondary pathways.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the bill and the committee reports.
To the Education Committee reports, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was a fantastic committee with lots of good feedback and a little more changes to come, I believe, from one of the members. I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of the Education Committee report to Senate Bill 205. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. I don't know if there were any ayes, but the ayes have it, and the Education Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appropriately appropriated the appropriate appropriation appropriately.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 205. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Very good. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the adoption of the bill. However, I believe there are a couple of amendments coming. They are friendly. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. We heard this bill in education, and there are some things about it that I wanted to make sure were changed, so I do have a couple amendments, and I'd like to discuss those.
There is now an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read L007?
Amendment L007 by Senator Coker, amend printed bill, page 11, line 14, strike and, page 11 after line 14, insert 6, a detailed statement of the costs incurred by the office and vendor contracted with the office to administer the program, and renumber succeeding paragraphs.
Senator Coker.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I move Senate Bill 205, Amendment L007.
Proper motion to the amendment, Senator Coker.
Thank you. This is a program, Senate Bill 205. It's a scholarship program. It's a one-time program to be administered by OEDIT. Usually scholarship programs administered by Department of Higher Ed. And so inside this program, if you note, it's $25 million to be sent out, but 21, according to the fiscal note, will be sent for scholarships, and the other 4 is up to the fees and a vendor. So based on that, this amendment is to make sure that when they report this, that a detailed statement of the costs incurred by the office and any vendor contracted is going to be reported as part of their report following up on this. So I urge an aye vote.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The more clarity we have in the reporting at the end, I think the better. This is a friendly amendment. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L007 is adopted. Senator Coker, there's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L008?
Amendment
Senator
L008.
Thank you. I move Senate Bill 205, Amendment L008.
To the amendment, Senator Coker.
Thank you. One of the other concerns I had about this is when they contract with a vendor to do these promotion of these scholarships, to do these navigator programs, there wasn't anything in there that stated specifically what area that they were going to focus on in regards to the geographic area. I was concerned that because it's $2.5 million appropriation for a vendor, that wasn't going to be able to get to all the high school students in the state. So this amendment is to really push for a geographic location and push for efforts to identify schools in rural and urban areas for that support.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We believe this amendment reinforces principles already in the bill. We support the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L008. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L008 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. In this bill, it is to identify high needs programs based on the jobs pipeline report. In the jobs pipeline report, it identifies jobs in high demand, but it also specifies those jobs in Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1 identification is for those making $79,000 and above. For Tier 2, it's those making $39,000 and above. They're both high needs, and they both need training. The Tier 2, what was concerning to me is that what falls under Tier 2 is teachers, elementary, middle, and secondary education. Also social workers and substance abuse counselors. So I wanted to make sure that by stating this for the legislative intent is that we're not just choosing programs based on the tiers and what they're going to make, but what their need is. So based on that, based on the work that the sponsors have done, I am going to be an aye vote on this bill.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the work, Senator, that you have done on this, the good senator from Littleton. And want to say that I have spoken with the department about that tier question. It is their intention not to break out these based on the tiers of that workforce and priority list. So they are dedicated to making sure that all high-skill, high-wage, in-demand jobs are funded through this. So just want to say thank you for bringing that to our attention, and that is both the department's intent and our legislative intent.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. I, of course, rise in support of the bill, but what I want to do is take this moment for a quick public service announcement to the many students from Mapleton. This is a $1,500 scholarship that many of you may choose to be eligible for, and it will help you get towards those high-wage, high-in-demand jobs that you might be pursuing and might be seeking. So heads up, there's an extra $1,500 scholarship that you could pursue. Take a look at it.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, all of you students here today, if you are juniors this year, if you graduate next year, you qualify. If you are heading into a 2-year degree program, a 4-year degree program, a certificate program, on-the-job training, you qualify for $1,500 from the state. And one other thing I want to make sure you know, if you go to an in-state institution and your family makes less than $60,000 a year, almost without exception, you will be able to go to college for free. So don't let cost be something that keeps you from going out there and getting an education. We have worked really hard in this state to make sure that the funds are there, the support is there, and the buy-in is there from our institutions of higher education to make sure you have those opportunities. So please, we've got a lot of you here. Get that $1,500, get that free 2- and 4-year degree, and go out and earn a good life. Thanks for being here today.
Senator, for discussion, the motion is the adoption of 205. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 205 is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1009 and Senate Bill 206 lay over to the end of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1009 and Senate Bill 206 at the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will lay over Senate Bill 105. We will lay over House Bill 1009 and Senate Bill 206 to the end of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 16?
Senate Bill 16, Senator Hansen, Representatives McCormick and Sirota, concerning measures to promote reductions in greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 16 on second reading, as well as the Transportation and Energy Committee report, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee
To
report.
the T&E Committee report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we adopted 3 amendments in Transportation and Energy. One provided a pathway for a study of expanded transmission capacity in the state. The second ensured that in Section 7 we're looking at carbon that otherwise would have been emitted if it's sequestered. And the third amendment has instructions for the PUC to make sure they consider upgrading existing transmission capacity as well as looking at expanded new projects as part of their analysis. So I urge the support of the T&E Committee report.
Motion is the adoption of the T&E Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, the T&E Committee report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 4 amendments adopted in Finance to make some adjustments to the bill around making sure the definitions were correct around heat pumps, changing some of the provisions for para, creating local authority for injection well siting and transmission reconductoring. And then the final amendment was the expansion of qualifying recovered methane sources to include all types of animal manure. I urge adoption of the Finance Committee report.
The motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Appropriations Committee adopted 2 amendments. The L amendment removed some of the duplicatives community solar garden language that is found in House Bill 1137, so that was already taken care of, and adopted J1, which allowed for a higher reserve margin for the Transmission Authority. I urge your adoption of the committee report.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Now we can get to the heart of the matter. Thanks for your acceptance of the committee work. Members, I do have several amendments that I'd like to have you consider today on seconds. I have a feeling that the good senator to my left might have a couple more that he would like to talk about, which is a great idea for our second reading. I just wanted to start with a few introductory comments, though, before we start that piece of our business. Really wonderful to have so many students here today in the gallery as we started our work and now on the floor from our school visitors. Folks, this bill is fundamentally about the next generation and the one after that. Will we have a planet that is habitable? Will we have a Colorado that we can enjoy skiing, enjoy our mountains, without the constant threat of more and more natural disasters? Unfortunately, we're already seeing the early effects of climate change on Colorado. We know how it has shown up in a number of disasters over the last several years, how it has led to changes in our ski season, in our snowpack, into water availability across the state. I don't need to go through the whole litany. People understand the urgency. Our kids understand the urgency. The latest UN report that compiles science from the top institutions and scientists from around the world understands the urgency of this action. The headline of this bill is that we get to net zero by 2050. Let me say that again. The headline of this bill is that we get to net zero by 2050. There is no backpedaling from that if we hope to avoid the worst impacts of climate change on our great state. This is a chance for Colorado to lead, to continue to lead in this area, to show the rest of the country and the rest of the world how we get there step by step. And that is also the reason why this bill has several sections, because it's going to take action in sector by sector of our economy, in each part of our daily lives, needing to adjust and change to reduce emissions to save our planet. And I don't say that as hyperbole. I say that as scientific fact, established over and over again by study after study. That's the urgency of this work today, and I look forward to your support of Senate Bill 16. With those introductory remarks out of the way, I'll begin with the amendments that I would love to have us consider.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L19?
Amendment L019, Senator Hansen, amend printed bill, page 13, line after line 23, insert section 9 in Colorado
Senator
Revised
Hansen.
Statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L19 to Senate Bill 16.
To the amendment, Senator Hansen.
Thank you. Members, L19 is something that I have a feeling many of us heard about earlier in the session, which is why can't our constituents get their new distributed energy equipment hooked up? Whether it be solar panels or new batteries at their house or whatever that equipment might be, there was a huge backlog, particularly in the Excel service territory around interconnection. L19 has been carefully negotiated over the last couple of months with the operators and with folks who would like to see more and more rooftop solar and other distributed energy resources in the state to come up with a balanced approach to increasing interconnection guidelines and interconnection penalties if those guidelines aren't met. This is so important for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, for adding reliability and resiliency to our system, and to making sure that customers around the state, many of whom you heard from and their frustration, that they have a proper mechanism to move forward with their projects. And with that, I urge the acceptance of L19.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the bill sponsor. I would start with the word ambitious. This bill is in so many ways incredibly ambitious. And I will speak to the amendment, and I will use the same word. This four-page amendment is ambitious. Now, I am grateful that the bill sponsor did the courtesy of delivering this to our caucus yesterday. So we've had a little bit of time to consider this. This bill was heard in the Transportation Committee. As you heard, we read that committee report across, and it was voted through. This bill was heard in the Finance Committee. You heard that committee report discussed, voted on, and it passed through as well. And then this bill, of course, went to the Appropriations Committee for a significant appropriation. We heard that committee report as well. Now we're in the fourth committee that this bill gets its attention in, the Committee of the Whole. The whole Senate sits together and says, we as a committee will continue to do this legislative process, this grinding process of thinking through everything that we want and everything that we need in the bill. So we have before us Amendment 19, which is significant. It's 4 pages in its scope, and it deals with a significant amount of information. I'm stupefied in that I frankly have not adequately studied this amendment. Would speak to other elements of the bill as we move forward. I don't object to the amendment, but I do want to acknowledge the tone of this incredibly big, incredibly complex, incredibly complicated piece of legislation we're moving through. And this first amendment, 4-page amendment, is yet a metaphor for how big and complicated this piece of legislation we're moving through. And at this point, I would say a pace, perhaps a pace too quickly. And so I would urge your consideration, careful consideration of 19. I'll try and read through it as quickly as I possibly can.
The motion is the adoption of L19. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L19 is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'll continue our work with a additional amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L25?
Amendment
Senator
L025.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members,
Please
one of
move
the
the
other
amendment.
important, I move L25
To the
Senate Bill
amendment,
16.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this makes an adjustment. This amendment makes an adjustment to one of the interim targets in the bill. I mentioned the headline on the bill is to get us to net zero by 2050. This moves the target that is set in the bill for 2040, an interim target, from 80% down to 75. Again, an amendment that came out of a tremendous amount of discussion with a large set of stakeholders, and this is the negotiated level that we came to, and I urge the adoption of L25.
Seeing Senator Pelton, beautiful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question for the sponsors, because we heard a lot about the the greenhouse gas marks or the marks that you have to hit. And we heard a lot about it from the utilities. Did you, with your stakeholder process, was any of them with the utilities?
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hundreds of hours.
Seeing the minority leader, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And to the bill sponsor, I've been, for the sake of convenience, working from the pre-amended version of the bill. And so I'm taking a little bit of time to try and integrate the amendments which are coming to the printed version, the original version of the bill, integrated within the pre-amended version of the bill. The core question I have, this amendment lowers a standard. I'm curious why we're going backwards in this particular standard from 80 to 75.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it's a important question. As I mentioned, the top line of the bill, I think arguably the biggest headline from the bill is to get to net zero by 2050. This dials down one of the interim targets, 2040 target, down by 5%. This was part of a lot of back and forth with, again, many stakeholders, hundreds of hours of meetings over the past 18 months. And this was one of the adjustments that we're making to the overall package to get the several of the stakeholders on board, and therefore moving forward with L25.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Fair enough, and this bill is so big. I mean, we will get into the details and walk through and talk through a lot of the details, but this bill, in its great ambition to essentially save the planet, is kind of hard to eat all at once, to consume all at once. I mean, the question is, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? And this amendment calls out the fact that we're kind of choking on the elephant. Now, it's an interim goal, an interim target that has been stakeholdered. And here in the last minutes, as we're coming down to a bill that's headed hopefully out of one chamber and on to the next and down to the governor's desk with its best aspirations as the sponsor would see it, we're saying, oops, we're moving too fast. The stakeholders have said we're moving too fast and we can't hit these interim targets. And so the sponsor is willing to back up. It begs the broader question, are we on a track that's sustainable, or are we on a track that is not going to function? I mean, how do we know? I mean, we're already kind of saying, okay, we're willing to back up. How many more times do we need to back up? What is the true path we should be on? Is 100% zero emissions by 2050 reasonable, attainable, or not if we're in an interim target already needing to back up?
Senator Hansen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the use of the word sustainable because I believe that is the heart of our discussion today on Senate Bill 16 is, can we chart a sustainable path for Colorado to show leadership on this important area, on this area that, frankly, without action, we are clearly unsustainable. We are clearly creating an existential threat to our current existence on this planet. And again, I don't say that as hyperbole. I say that based on our very best science. And so, I think it's a reasonable discussion. What is the path? What is the shape of that path? The original draft had 80%. I believe that we can and should reach that. But after a lot of negotiation, created a little bit more space in that initial interim target and asking for your acceptance of L25.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate the dialogue because this goes to the core of what we're actually trying to get to here. My use of the word sustainable was intentional. I mean, I seek, as does the bill sponsor, a sustainable energy future. Now, the metaphor that I like to use to try and understand this, as we all in concert together, Republicans and Democrats alike, seek to get to a better climate future, seek to get to a more sustainable environmental circumstance, to get to a more sustainable energy source or set of sources for all of our energy needs. The metaphor I like to use is this is a gigantic airplane, a policy airplane, if you will, that we're trying to get off the runway. And the question is, how long of a runway do we need to get this airplane in the air successfully? think back to World War II and Howard Hughes and the Galloping Goose, that gigantic, I forget whether it was 16, a spruce goose, excuse me. I've been corrected from the peanut gallery over here. No. The spruce goose, I don't know whether there were 16 engines on that thing, 8 on each side or what, but that plane was built to take off from water because there was no runway long enough, and so they built the spruce goose to take off from water. It got up in the air and flew for probably almost as far as the original plane the Wright brothers flew at Kitty Hawk. It flew for a mile or 2 miles or 10 miles, but for a very short distance, and then it re-landed, and that was the end of its career, the spruce goose. The question we have here, the metaphor I'm using here, is how quickly, how reasonably can we get this shared goal of a sustainable energy future, get the policy together and get that policy plane off the runway. Right here in the Second Amendment that we're having in this discussion, we get to the reality that the folks who actually deal with this on a daily basis, the utility people, the energy people, the people who provide the power to our houses have said, we can't move to 80% by 40, and the sponsor has agreed. The runway needs to be longer, we're saying, in the 2040 target. And yet the 2050 target remains the same. The challenge is, are we on the right track or not? And my argument would be, let's make sure that we actually get this, again, I'm going to go back to the policy metaphor, the metaphor of taking this plane off. Are we going to be able to get it successfully off the ground or not? Let's do it in a way where we actually construct the plane properly, not while we're flying. And let's do it in a way where we get it off on a gentle and beautiful glide path, not like the spruce goose that was up in the air for a few minutes and then back down on the water because the runway built for it, even though it was water and extensive, was not long enough. I do not oppose this amendment. I support the amendment. But I think it begs the question of, are we well considered in this broader policy of this bill or not?
The motion is the adoption of L025. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L025 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hansen.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. And moving forward here, I do have another amendment at the desk.
There's a member at the desk. Will the clerk please read L26?
Amendment L026
Senator
by Senator
Hansen.
Hansen.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Members, L26,
Please
I
move the amendment.
move L26.
To the amendment, Senator Hansen.
L26 implements in a more elegant and easier way for our constituents and for the retailers the implementation of the electric lawn equipment tax credit. You may remember in the bill there is a 30% tax credit for the purchase of new lawnmowers, blowers, trimmers, snow blowers, etc. This is a really important part of the bill because it reduces emissions in the state and helps our constituents to make this transition more quickly. And I urge the adoption of L26.
Any additional discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Give me 1 second here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I enjoy this amendment 26 significantly. This bill last session, this is a redux. It's the second round of a bill, or fundamentally the same bill or in a very similar bill, if not the same bill. It earned the title last year, the lawnmower bill. This particular amendment engages with that portion of this 16 or 18 section bill that is the lawnmower section. This is where if there is a tax credit to be offered by virtue of this bill, it would be offered by retailers to individuals who are buying lawnmowers. It's a 30% credit that gets passed from one to the other. It requires the retailer to become an arm, an agent, if you will, of the government on behalf of this particular piece of legislation to distribute tax credits, taxpayer money refunded back to people as they purchase or don't purchase lawnmowers. This is, I would argue again, I have not studied it in detail, but I've looked at it quickly enough to realize I would agree that 26 is a more elegant way of trying to get at what that section of the bill gets at than the bill as drafted. So here we are in our fourth committee, are getting to a place, second round on the bill, by the way, getting to a better place potentially on how to actually do this. But the social engineering inherent in this is something that I am not comfortable with. I would quite frankly let the marketplace decide. I wouldn't intrude into that marketplace with a tax credit where the taxpayers of Colorado are making the decision, are you going to buy a Lawn Boy or a Toro? Or are you going to buy a DeWalt or an Ideal? The reality is I think the marketplace should sort that out based on its normal dynamics, and we should not be intruding with tax credits saying buy this type or that type, this brand or that brand of a lawnmower. And so I oppose 26, but simply because I oppose the underlying section of the bill, I do acknowledge that this does appear to be slightly more elegant than the way the bill itself was originally drafted.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have another question for the sponsors. I appreciate everything that he's done in here. I think it's eloquent way of putting this. But my question is how do you prevent somebody from out of state, let's say that you live in a border county such as Logan, and somebody from Nebraska coming down and turning in their lawnmower to get their tax credit?
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We looked carefully at this very issue with the Department of Revenue and other stakeholders and came to the conclusion that verification would cost more than the leakage. And so in the interest of smaller government and overhead, we're not going to worry about folks from Cheyenne or Sydney. If they would like to reduce their emissions, we welcome them to your local store.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 16, Amendment 26. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L026 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hansen.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and I do have another amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L27?
Amendment
Senator
L027.
Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L27 to Senate
To the
Bill
amendment,
16.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you. This is one I think our friends on the right side of the aisle are going to love, because this essentially allows recovered methane to be allowed from beef cattle operations. So in our attempt to be very inclusive in the types of manure that we can use to create recovered methane, L27 makes sure that we don't leave out beef cattle operations, and I urge the acceptance of L27.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Bovine flatulence. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's what comes off the manure, the methane. I appreciate the efforts to kind of, again, and there is language as it came out of one of the three prior committees, language around biomethane. And this, again, is another effort to clean up and tune that up, I believe. The challenge I have with this particular amendment, 27, and I'm speaking in opposition to 27, is essentially not with the fact that this is better language than what is in the bill, but it is one more part and parcel of why this bill is in fact not appropriate. It's dealing with so many different elements in so many different ways, and it's such a gigantic effort. It's an omnibus effort. It should actually be broken down into its component parts and taken one at a time. And so I rise in opposition to the fact that Amendment 26 was about lawnmowers and Amendment 27 is about manure. And I think the reality is they don't belong in the same bill.
The motion is the adoption of L27. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L27 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have another amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L28?
Amendment L028.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L28 to Senate Bill 16.
To the amendment, Senator Hansen.
Thank you. Again, a very straightforward amendment, just making sure we get the definitions right for recovered energy from wastewater treatment. Many of you may not know this, but all the hot water that you used for your shower this morning ends up headed toward the wastewater treatment plant. Turns out there's about 150 megawatts of heat energy contained in that waste stream, And the good folks at Metro Wastewater have been looking at a bunch of different options of how to recapture that heat to use either for electricity generation or for other thermal heating purposes. This is an amazing way to get that heat back and reduce emissions from having to heat the water or the air with fossil fuels. So I urge the acceptance of L28.
Mr. Minority Leader. It was.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lawnmowers, manure, wastewater. Colleagues, are you picking up on the theme here, the trend? I appreciate this, and there is a certain elegance in all the ambitious components of this ambitious omnibus bill. The idea that the showers we all took this morning, and I think everybody took showers this morning. This chamber smells unlike the manure capture conversation, the methane that we might have just been talking about. This particular chamber smells wonderfully fresh and fragrant for a spring day. Incidentally, check your weather reports, rain and snow coming tomorrow. The theme here, and my objection here, isn't to the tuning up, the improvement of the language in the fourth committee now of this, but it's to this idea that we've got a bill that has so many component pieces, it's so big, it's so ambitious, it should be coming to us in those component pieces instead of piecemeal a number of amendments tuning up elements of a gigantic omnibus bill. I urge your opposition to 28 based on philosophy of opposition to the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L28. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, L28 is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L29?
Amendment L029
Senator
to
Hansen.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L29 to Senate Bill 16.
To the amendment, Senator Hansen.
Yeah, this amendment, members, is an update to the powers and duties of the Colorado Energy Office. We are taking out language that has been in there for quite a long time around IGCCs. And if anybody in the chamber can tell me what that stands for, they get lunch on me. Anybody? IGCCs. I hear some bad guesses. The answer is integrated gasification combined cycled. And this was a technology that seemed to show some promise about 20 years ago. Several demonstration plants were built. They were wildly unsuccessful, massively over budget, and did not perform with any good economics. They were stopped, and they are really not viable as we go forward. A bunch of better technologies have come forward, including very low-cost wind and solar. And so we're making adjustments to the CEO's powers and duties to reflect the modern technological reality. And I urge the adoption of L29.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President Pro Tem Chair. We've got to get a correct name when you're in the chair, Mr. President. I think that this is another amendment that kind of lifts the covers. It gives us a little bit of a glimpse into this bigger, more challenging conversation that we're trying to have as a society. We're trying to figure out what is the government's appropriate role in changing the marketplaces, in changing, quite frankly, what our lives look and feel like, the energy that we use, what it costs, and the impact that may have on global climate change or not have on global climate change. The fact that we are cleaning up the statutes because we're cleaning up a failed project that was under the supervision of the Colorado Energy Office is appropriate. When you fail, I'm an entrepreneur, over a large part of my life. One of the goals, one of the watchwords, one of the things that we always sought to do in our various enterprises was, if you're going to fail, fail fast. Get to the fact that this is not working and then move on to find something that would work more quickly. And that's something that happens by virtue of the discipline of the marketplace. Because if you don't fail fast, preserve capital, and move on, somebody who is developing the next idea will get there before you do. They'll have the success, you won't get the success, and there's no return. Government is notoriously bad at failing fast. The old saw is there is nothing as permanent as a temporary government program. And here we are finally, and this is good that we are cleaning up the language, but the tragedy that lies behind it is, and the lesson, the object lesson we should be hanging on to, is the failure of the IGCC, do I have that right? The IGCC concept, and the fact that it was probably promoted and sustained, I'm not personally familiar with it, promoted and sustained by government beyond its useful life. And that is a concern that I have with this broader elements of this bill. There are elements of this bill where we're intruding into a marketplace. We're saying we're going to, one element, we're going to put our thumb on the scale of lawnmowers because we believe that is something that could potentially make a difference. And we're going to disrupt that marketplace in a way that may keep time with the technology. It may be ahead of the technology. It may be behind the technology. We don't know. We're government. We're just making speculative choices, hoping that they might line up with what's actually going to happen in the real world of economics, in the real world of physics, in the real world of science. So this amendment, seeking to clean up language from a long since past and bad prior effort by government, is probably appropriate, but I object simply because I'm trying to get in the habit of voting no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The motion is the adoption of L29. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L029 is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are entering the home stretch here. I have an amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L32?
Amendment L032 by
Senator
Senator
Hansen.
Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move L32 to Senate Bill 16.
To the amendment, Senator Hansen.
Thank you. This is an amendment that was requested by several stakeholders involved in previously adopted emission fees around carbon dioxide emissions, and making sure that those are done on a basis that has good parity across several different sectors, including midstream and upstream players. And after getting agreement on that, I brought forward L32 and asked for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Minority Leader. No assumption.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro President Tim. No, I appreciate the amendment. It would just be bad form for me not to step up and at least acknowledge the effort that has gone into the amendment and encourage those who are paying attention to vote no on Amendment L032.
The motion is the adoption of L032. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L032 is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the final request from me for amendments, I have it on the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L39?
Amendment L039 by Senator
Senator
Hansen.
Hansen.
Amend printed bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L39 to Senate Bill 16.
To L39, Senator Hansen.
So, colleagues, House Bill 21-1253 that we all adopted a couple of sessions ago appropriated $5 million to the Department of Local Affairs for use to create a grant program to help drive renewable energy and reduce emissions at the local level. I believe that program has been very successful, but the grants that have been already awarded, some of them have not been completed yet, and so I got a request from DOLA to extend the timeline on this program from the original legislation to make sure that we've got time to get those projects implemented. As you may be aware, we had a little interruption over the last couple of years around supply chains and some of the project component availability. So I think it's appropriate to give this program a little bit more time to finish its work, and I urge the acceptance of L39.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to L039. My reasoning is this is a precursor, a foreshadowing. It's an acknowledgement of the fact that as we have in the past tried to fiddle with market forces by force of policy, where we have, in fact, said, we know better than you, marketplace. We know better than you, the wisdom of crowds. We want you to do this, and we are so convinced we're right, even though you may or may not be there. We're going to take the taxpayers' dollars and spend them on the thing that we think we're right about, and yet it turns out we were wrong. But we're government, and so the temporary program is now becoming permanent. We're government. We're going to spend the taxpayers' money no matter how long it takes us to do it. We just need more time to get that set of grants out the door. We just need more time to spend the taxpayers' dollars, even though the marketplace, the market forces, the individuals who we thought were going to pick up these grants, free money, except there's no such thing as a free lunch, so it's not actually free. Somebody put that money in the kitty. It was the taxpayers who put that money in the kitty. But the marketplace is saying there is no interest in doing what the government is telling us we should do, what we should do, even if they give us free money. Now, I shouldn't say no interest. There's inadequate interest. That's why it's taking longer to get that taxpayer dollar funded grant program out the door. So I urge your opposition to 039 simply because it demonstrates that government, while failing, doesn't even know it's failing, and it continues to say, please, let us persist, even though, unlike business, where you fail fast, you figure out what the next thing is and you move on, or the marketplace sweeps you away, government here says, no, we're failing. We don't even know we're failing, but we want to spend the money. Please give us more time to spend the money we have our hands on. I urge your opposition to L039.
The motion is the adoption of L39. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L39 is adopted. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem, President Pro Tem. Members, this is a wonderful time of the year. We have bills coming by us, very long bills with multi-page amendments. I appreciate the opportunity at second reading to take the time to look at these bills, because they don't all come through judiciary. They come through appropriations if they have an appropriation, but they come quickly. And you know, this bill is very similar to one that the good senator from Denver has carried previously. So I have some advantage on it. But I want to take a look at its elements. You start at section 1, and it talks about climate risk disclosure, insurer participation, and that always causes my antenna to go up, because I know if insurers have to participate in something, it will cost them money, and they pass that on to me. It says the commissioner, and that's the commissioner of insurance, shall adopt rules requiring that beginning in 2024, an insurer issued a certificate of authority. That's the permission to write policies here in Colorado. And it reports more than $100 million on its annual NAIC Schedule T filing. I didn't go look that up and all the requirements for that, but or such other threshold dollar amount that the NAIC, that's the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, it's the Regulators Association. It's not like a trade association, it's the Regulators Association. They must participate in and complete NAIC's annual Insurer Climate Risk Disclosure Survey, or such other survey or reporting mechanism that the NAIC adopts in subsequent years. That always causes me to pause, because what we're doing in statute is we're reaching out somewhere else and saying, there's an association out there of regulators and we want to use their survey. And the survey is the Insurer Climate Risk Disclosure Survey. Now, I wondered what that was and what's the burden about it, and it turns out, so that I could vote intelligently on this bill. And it turns out that there's some information about this survey. A group of state insurance regulators led by insurance commissioners from California and Florida, the states for earthquakes and mudslides, and on the other side of the country, hurricanes and floods, adopted a new standard for insurance companies to report their climate-related risk. I guess they can't figure that out on their own, and they need to report that to us. And they have to be in alignment with something that is the International Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TFCD. The TFCD standard is, in case you don't know, the international benchmark for climate risk disclosure, and it's supposed to help insurance regulators and the public better understand the climate-related risk to the U.S. insurance market, which, by the way, is the largest in the world. Now, this survey has already been revised by the Climate Risk, just so you know, the Climate Risk and Resiliency Task Force of NAIC, which is to coordinate all of the domestic and international efforts of NAIC on climate-related risk and resiliency. And that task force developed the new TFCD aligned survey. And it took them 14 months to do this thing. This is the thing that this bill is going to require insurers with $100 million of business, essentially, to submit here in Colorado. This is supposed to enhance transparency of how insurance companies manage climate-related risk and opportunities. Apparently, there are some opportunities for them. And incorporate international best practices. So under the new standard, the companies are required to respond to the annual climate risk disclosure survey, and they have to comply with this other TFCD, and recall that's the Climate Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. So there's a whole task force. Just imagine when we create task force, we get 25 or 30 people. They probably have 300. It turns out that there are already 15 states that do this, starting with California, Connecticut, Delaware, D.C., Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington, which is interesting because the commissioner from Florida is on the task force, but Florida doesn't seem to be on the list. Nor is Texas, nor Oklahoma, nor South Dakota, nor Louisiana. So not everybody's using this survey. It may be a bit political, although they claim that it represents 80% of the insurance market. So I'm not sure why we need to do this if we've already got 80% of the market. All of those large insurers are already doing this. So what is this survey about? What is it like? It's supposedly a voluntary risk management tool for state insurance regulators to request from insurers on an annual basis a non-confidential, that means everyone can see it, disclosure of the insurer's assessment and management of their climate-related risk. And the purpose of this is, and I'm asking myself, well, why are we having this put in the bill and requiring it? There must be some purpose to this survey. It's to enhance transparency about how insurers manage climate-related risk and opportunities. You'd think their shareholders might be the ones to look about that. Identify good practices and vulnerabilities. Provide a baseline supervisory tool to assess how climate-related risks may affect the insurance industry. Promote insurer strategic management and encourage shared learning for continual improvement. Enable better informed collaboration and engagement on climate-related issues among regulators and interested parties. And align with international climate risk disclosure frameworks to reduce redundancy in reporting requirements. Well, there's a lot of reporting requirement already. You know, this survey was first adopted in 2010, so 13 years ago. And this is really important. It's really important, this next thing I'm going to say. Who administers this survey? It has been administered since 2010 by the California Department of Insurance. Once more, as the title of the TV series of HBO TV series of some years ago, once more, Californication. In 2021, a couple of years ago, 15 states were in this survey initiative. It had originally been 6. There have been 9 additional states, and again, it covers 80% of the market. Boy, you know, the insurance industry is pretty complicated because as I looked into this, I found out there's something called the Financial Stability Oversight Council, COUNCIL, not like attorney, but committee, has a series of recommendations for financial regulators to enhance supervision, data analysis, staff resources, and regulatory cooperation related to climate risk. And one of their recommendations was increasing or enhancing public reporting. So that's what this survey is about and what you're being asked to do. So they once again reference back to the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. So this group, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, is dealing with what all corporations have to do, and there are 4 core areas about this, thematic areas. I believe there are people who have made hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, putting all of these things together in white papers and various studies. But the 4 thematic areas are governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. And there are key climate-related financial disclosures around governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. So, this is supposedly voluntary state participation in this survey. So what you're doing is you're voting for us to voluntarily participate. the questions, and this goes on for some 20 pages, but I'm not going to read it all. I want to yield the floor in a moment to some colleagues who are equally interested in this. But the questions are about governance. The insurer is supposed to disclose their governance around climate-related risk and opportunities. So in disclosing that, they should consider including the following: identifying and including any publicly stated goals on climate-related risk and opportunities. Describe where climate-related disclosure is handled within the insurer's structure. That is, at a group level, entity level, or combination. If handled at the group level, describe what activities are undertaken at the company level. Members, this is pretty onerous. And it's managed by and administered by the state of California. And I don't recall us having elected anybody in California. And yet, we are once again surrendering our regulatory structure and scheme to California, not even to Washington, D.C., where there are representatives from all over the United States. We're surrendering it to California. There is more and more here. It goes on for some 15 pages. What I also discovered was that there is opinion out there that many of these climate impact disclosures are simply a sham. That while there are financial losses associated with climate risk every year, damaged property if you've had a hailstorm, although we've had hailstorms in Colorado since I got here 30 years ago. The way that the disclosures are currently made, some believe lead to inaccurate and misleading reports that you can't compare between companies or even know. Members, that's just the first section of this bill. We're not even to lawnmowers when we're talking here. This is just the first section. There are sections about para and their investment strategies, which ought to be for the benefit of their members, first and foremost, and yet we're imposing standards on the para board, as you see in the so-called ESG standards in corporate governance around America, where you subordinate the interest of your investors or your retirement fund members who are investors to some social policy or goal that may not be even attainable. This bill later has credits for buying an electric lawnmower. Who's going to pay for that? I heard somebody say here in the well a couple of days ago, they said, where's that money going to come from? And I turned to that person and said, well, the people of Colorado, of course. I don't think that was the import of the question, but it is the ultimate answer. So if you want to buy an electric lawnmower, you need a new lawnmower, and you want to do an electric lawnmower, your neighbors are going to help pay for it. Your neighbors are going to help pay for it. You're not going to, apparently you're not going to go and buy one because it's a better lawnmower. You're not going to go and buy one because it's a less expensive lawnmower by any means. You're going to buy one because you suddenly have others helping you pay for it. Pretty soon, there'll be a right of first refusal on the resale of your lawnmower. We are, with this bill and many others, but this one specifically, moving to a command economy where the government commands how you invest your resources, where the government commands what you do with your profits and property, where the government commands your own private property, which is becoming a scarce commodity today in Colorado. I ask for an aye vote, and I'll be back to talk later because I think there's so much more to be said about this bill, and it's a little like Yogi Berra said, deja vu all over again.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Chair Tim. I think that's where I'm going to go. Colleagues, to the bill now. I've been chasing the sponsor around in circles on the 7 or 8 or 9 amendments that we had earlier, and would like to now begin engagement in a conversation about the bill itself. And you could choose any number of lines of attack in argument against this particular bill. The first line of attack I will use will be an argument against the bill as unconstitutional on its face, in clear violation in its ambition of the Colorado Constitution. Article 5, Section 21 of the Constitution is very clear to us, and we deal with this on a daily basis as legislators. The Constitution says, the bill to contain but one subject expressed in the title. No bill, except general appropriations bills, we call that the long bill generally, there are other appropriations bills as well, shall be passed containing more than one subject, which shall be clearly expressed in its title. But if any subject shall be embraced in any act which shall not be expressed in the title, such act shall be void, only as to so much thereof as shall not so be expressed. It is my argument that this bill, and again, I apologize, I've been working off the pre-amend because there were so many amendments in committee, now so many amendments here, that at least when they get it over in the House, they're going to get a clean copy. I don't know exactly how many sections there are in the bill, but not only are there multiple sections in the bill, there are multiple aspects, multiple projects, there are multiple subjects, not all clearly captured under the title. Title of the bill concerning measures to promote reductions in greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation. There are 13 subjects, as I count them, in the pre-amended bill, which may be off by a section or two now, or a subject or two now, given the amendments that we've had run here on seconds in the Committee of the Whole. And each one of those 13 subjects that I'm going to walk through here now is worthy of separate consideration. The first could be a bill titled Concerning Compelling Insurance Companies to Provide Information to a Regulatory Compliance Association. Now, that could be potentially a regulation brought by the Division of Insurance, potentially. It could be a separate law, but it is clearly an independent and subject worthy of its own consideration and its own bill. The bill requires in this section, or this subject, this particular bill, which could be its own bill, requires a disclosure and a completion of a survey at the NAIC, the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, the regulatory association. And it requires the completion of all insurers doing $100 million worth of premium, I'm assuming. That's a question worthy of consideration in a component bill or a separate bill, and that's the sort of details that get lost when you're running an omnibus bill of this nature that is as ambitious as any bill that the United States Congress, with its Christmas tree approach to legislating, would potentially run. But that question is it $100 million of premium? Is $100 million, exactly how is that measured? Worthy of cleaning up, another amendment idea there perhaps, in this particular bill. So let's go out and look at this NAIC report, the assessment of and insights from the NAIC climate risk disclosure data. So we're now going to require privately owned insurance companies in the state of Colorado to complete this report. When you go out to the NAIC website and you look into what's going on with this report, you discover that the information being gathered by all these insurance companies isn't as dire and breathless as the presentation of this bill has been previously. The National Association of Insurance Commissioners, Center for Insurance Policy and Research, releases its findings from an analysis of the Insurer Climate Risk Disclosure Data Survey, which this law would require those companies doing $100 million worth of business or more, and it would offer up the option, I like that word, the optionality, the flexibility, the permissiveness of other insurance companies adding their voice into this assessment should they choose to do so. But they report it out, and it comes in this form. The Insurer Climate Disclosure Data Set was adopted by the NAIC in 2010. The goal of the survey is to provide regulators with information about the assessments of risk posed by climate change to insurers and the action insurers are taking in response to understanding of climate change risks. So this is the insurance industry's effort through the regulatory bodies. Now keep in mind, it's not a true marketplace. It's not the insurance industry trade association where they're saying, hey, look, we're all in business together, we're competitors, and we're experiencing certain things going on in our marketplace. We together, in association, in response to the marketplace, should do this. This is they, as compelled by the regulatory officers over them in their various states, gather together and provide this information. With regard to climate change that the insurers are seeing are risks posed by climate change and the actions they're taking and results. So we've got a filter in there, a government filter. It's not a clear disclosure of information that's going on. It is through the filter of government. Disclosure of climate change risks and associated actions are important because of the potential impact of climate change on insurer solvency and insurance availability and affordability. You can hear the voice of a regulator there. We're wanting to make sure that we have control over you. It's on behalf of the people that we are serving as regulators, which would be presumably the people of Colorado in our instance, as people in the other 49 states, territories, and the District of Columbia. The climate risk disclosure data is based on 8 questions covering topics including climate risk governance, so this is how the regulatory body is requiring the insurance industry to respond. It isn't just with regard to climate risk, keep in mind, this is about governance that they're asking and answering questions about. So it could be, you know, what's going on with regard to climate risk governance in Colorado? Well, there's this new bill coming down the pike. There's Senate Bill 16 that is being considered, and it would change climate risk governance in Colorado, so that feeds into the survey. So it's very derivative in its nature. Climate risk management, now that gets down to more practical efforts on behalf of the insurance company and their engagement with risk management in the state. Modeling and analytics, stakeholder engagement, and greenhouse gas management. That would be incredibly interesting. I'm not quite sure how they get actually at greenhouse gas management, although I gather they could gather information or discern from various reports and they feed that up. So that would be secondary or tertiary information they're feeding into this survey. For this report, says the NAIC, we looked at data from about 1,200 companies that participated in the survey in 2018. So we're a little bit dated here. We're 3 years old, but this is the most recent information available publicly that I was able to find. We believe the climate risk disclosures will help regulators. Again, this isn't about helping the insurance companies, not even helping the insured necessarily, but helping regulators evaluate insurance industry risks and help other companies identify actions to mitigate climate risks. Here's where it gets really interesting. The findings are coming back. And they are not as breathless. Now, obviously, this is the regulatory body, and I don't want to get into a whole long analysis. Maybe I do want to get into a whole long analysis of how leadership of organizations tends to be more progressive in its nature and in its thinking than the general membership that they lead. But I'm not going to start making speculations about the fact that the leadership of NAIC is substantially more liberal than the insurance companies that they represent or they engage with through their regulatory bodies. But anyway, the overall findings from the CIPR's review, this survey, is finding number one, very, very interesting. Few insurers report altering their investment strategy in response to considerations of the impact of climate change on its investment portfolio. Well, why would that happen? Insurance companies, do two things. They are populated with the most pleasant people you'll ever engage with in your life. The insurance industry is a lot of friendly, happy people that are there to help you, and they're also populated with actuaries and lawyers. So you kind of got three big groups of people in the insurance industry. The sales folks who engage with their clients, the actuaries who say, here's the math, we're looking at this, and the lawyers who make sure we're remaining in compliance of all the laws that we, the legislators, tend to throw at them. And then the biggest thing they do is they manage huge pools of cash. They manage those huge pools of cash, and they manage them over an incredibly long life cycle. You know, we little retail investors like us, we want to invest. We buy a CD down at the bank. We might put $10,000 if we've been able to cobble that together on deposit in a certificate of deposit. And for the last several years, we earned less than 1% return. Now, if you're paying attention, you might be able to earn 3, 4, 5%, although those rates are tipping over a little bit again right now. But the insurance companies, they don't just go down to the bank and buy a certificate of deposit. They don't even buy mutual funds like pretty much everybody in this body, if they've got an investment in para or in some other retirement program, probably are invested in mutual funds, which are collections of companies or stocks of companies. They buy golf courses. They build golf courses. They buy islands. Insurance companies, they buy enormous stands of timber. They make these big, long, huge investments that are over not just the next year or two in return, or not even over the next 5 or 10 years, but insurance companies make investments so that their portfolio is generating return for the next 50 or 60 or 80 or 100 years. They're making these long-term investments, and they're thinking about how do we manage risk appropriately. That's their core job. That is the core business of insurance, is how do we take money, stand in the gap between the lives of people and the risks that they will encounter, and how do we do it in a sustainable way? There's that word again, in a sustainable way, so that we can do it not only for this generation, but the children of this generation and the grandchildren of this generation as well. So they're investing over extremely long periods of time. The point I'm getting at in this study, the survey that we are, through this law, going to compel the insurance companies of Colorado or doing business in Colorado to comply with, It says, return number one, few insurers, that's the insurance companies, report altering their investment strategy in response to considerations of the impact of climate change on its investment portfolio. That's an all-clear signal to a very large extent. That's we're not panicked. All the breathless excitement that is being heard in state capitals here or state capitals there, but not being heard in China. Have to introduce the word China into the debate, or my co-respondent in the conversation will be disappointed. Nor is it being heard in India the way it's being heard here, nor is it being heard in Latin America, and those would be the three big areas that are contributing massive amounts of greenhouse gas into the climate. The insurers are reporting, we believe that things are in pretty good shape here. So, you know, I can read on into this. More than half of the companies, and this is where it gets interesting. This is where we start intruding by virtue of policy into insurance companies, telling them what to do. And they then take these actions, not because they say, look, we have to be prepared for a long life cycle as a company in order to provide coverage over multiple generations. They're responding here, in this particular response, to policy aspects that are being pushed on them by folks like us. More than half of all the companies report at least some engagement in enterprise-wide climate risk management. That's the sort of thing where the company, in their environmental, sociological, and governmental, their ESG programs, are doing things like, well, we're electrifying some part of our fleet of vehicles. If we're a company that is we'll say a property and casualty insurance company, and they provide as part of their incentive program vehicles to some of the folks who are out on the road engaging, they are electrifying some part of that fleet of vehicles. Or if they have claims adjusters who are out on the road with a property and casualty company that are going out looking at the roofs that were hail damaged 30 years ago, 20 years ago. But the fact is, they are making this change. They're probably electrifying their fleet or something of that nature. So they're making a change there, but they're not making a change because they feel there's a burning need. They're making a change because they're being pushed into that change by force of laws such as the one we're considering here. A majority of insurers across every line of business reported similar levels of engagement with internal greenhouse gas management. Again, it's the same sort of thing. What kind of a building are you buying or leasing to put your team in? Well, we're buying an environmentally sensitive and environmentally friendly and environmentally compliant building or leaseholding because government is requiring that we take actions in that direction. So we're getting an echo chamber effect here is all we've got. We're telling them to do something, they're doing it, and they're reporting back out what they're doing because we told them to do it. There's this fallacy of logic, this circular logic in this whole effort. Given a global push toward adopting the reporting guidelines proposed by Financial Stability Board's Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, opportunity, says this report, exists to bring the survey into alignment with other climate risk disclosures and to improve the ability to analyze the survey's results by adopting a multiple choice format. Oh my gosh. What is that? They're saying, okay, here's the deal. Not only in the United States of America, where NAIC does business, but over in Europe, where they have insurance companies as well, they are also doing similar sorts of things. They're doing surveys, they're doing studies, probably because they're being compelled to do so by governmental entities. Perhaps agencies are saying, thou shalt, based on regulatory authority. Perhaps legislative bodies, parliaments and others are requiring them to do it. Maybe even in some of the tyrannical companies or countries. The reality is the leaders of those countries are saying, doggone it, we demand that you report into this sort of, and they're gathering information there as well. So what this fourth bullet here, they're simply saying, well, there's all this stuff going on, largely because lawmakers and legislators are making us do it, and we've got all these surveys going on, and we could make them more aligned. I mean, In Europe, you're dealing with it. In America, we're dealing with it. We could make our surveys and studies in greater alignment. And like all things, whenever we have to do tests, I mean, I think back to your days. I think we all had an experience with education beyond high school. Think back to the Blue Book. Boy, there was nothing more terrifying than a Blue Book being plopped down on your desk in front of you. Blank pages, nothing but you and a prompt, your brain in an effort to actually tell the story of what it is you're supposed to be saying. This is what I've learned. I'm writing an essay that explains exactly that. That's so incredibly difficult. How many of you would prefer to have a Blue Book drop down in front of you for your end of course survey to give you an examination and find out whether you learned anything, whether you gained any ground in this class or not? You have to write it all out. How many of you would rather have that than a multiple guess test? Well, I'm thinking, even though I'm getting very little engagement and interaction, I'm thinking pretty much everybody would rather have the multiple guess test. 4 questions, if there aren't derivative questions inside the answers, you got a 25% chance, at least, of getting some of the answers right. You've got, the odds are much better in a multiple guess test. Well, that's what they're saying. Since we have to comply with all this regulatory stuff anyway, let's make the surveys easier to handle by making them multiple guess. It'll take us less time. We won't have to think so doggone hard. We won't actually have to tease any of the nuances out about what's going on. We simply will say A, B, C, or D. They're trying to turn it into a multiple guess format. So what we've got here is this report that we're trying to feed information into is already producing results, and the results are, we want to make this easier to comply with. People are doing things inside their companies because laws are requiring they do it. And oh, by the way, the enormous pools of cash that we manage over generations, we're not making a lot of changes in our investment programs based on this push to claim that climate change is changing it all. So that's the first interaction with just the first part of the bill here. And my argument here, to come back to the core argument I'm making, is this bill, this omnibus bill, shouldn't be a bill. It should be multiple bills, and that's the first part. The first bill concerning requiring insurance companies to provide information to the regulatory association governing their behaviors would be a logical title and the subject of a bill. The second part compelled PARA to change their investment programs, but that's been changed meaningfully. There's a significant change there where, as introduced, the bill said to PARA, you must invest in things that may or may not return a proper dividend or proper growth on the investment you make. Instead, you must invest in things that are climate sensitive, that are connected with our construct and our desire around ESG behaviors, that are connected with promoting the elements that this bill is seeking to promote, instead of promoting high-quality returns on your deployed capital. Well, you all heard, I know every single person in this chamber heard from someone associated with the Colorado Public Employees Retirement Association said, no. Get that out of the bill. We have a fiduciary responsibility to our stakeholders, to our retirees, to make sure that we can fund their pension. Quite frankly, we have a burden and responsibility, said PARA, to the taxpayers. Because if we don't manage things well, at the end of the day, the taxpayers have to fill the bucket up for us. And we have to go back to the taxpayers and ask for more dollars from them than they're already kicking in. $250 million a year is what we're kicking in at this point, in addition, based on a Save PARA bill that we passed a number of years ago, which I did support, by the way. They said no. Take that section out of the bill that could be a bill, should be a bill in and of its own right. Just get rid of it. Bad idea. We want to be financially responsible. We don't want to be part of this conversation around and required to make investments that may or may not return what the return we need, instead just put us in a good place emotionally, relationally, in terms of what people perceive us to be, that we care about the planet too. We do care about the planet. Everybody in this room cares about the planet. I want to be clear about that. But they said that is not our core responsibility. Our core responsibility is returning money to our investors over time so that they may have the retirement they hope to have. Please take that section out of the bill. And it came out of the bill. Now, there are some disclosures required as drafted in the bill now that simply says that we must disclose, PARA must disclose to the people what they are doing with regard to these issues. Are they engaging on the issues of greenhouse gases and so forth? And just disclosures of that nature as opposed to completely changing their investment portfolio. Well, that would have been a great separate bill. Even now, it's really an element of the bill. It's a subject to the bill. It's a provision in the bill that could and probably most properly should be a bill in and of its own right that deals with the PARA retirement program and the management thereof. The next section of the bill deals with wastewater treatment, and we had an amendment on that earlier. I do love the concept of the hot water. We heat the water up by one form or another, either electric hot water heaters or gas hot water heaters, or I suppose there, in some cases in Colorado, there is geothermal hot water heaters. That water, I mean, obviously you burn BTUs getting the water up. There's BTUs in the water as it goes downstream, capturing that. That is a remarkable concept and a remarkable set of interesting new technologies. That is a remarkable discussion that could be had, should be had. That, I might run a bill on that at some point because it's worthy of its own standing as a bill. And yet it's folded into this as if it's appropriately under the title. The next section gets a little bit more complicated. Concerning, again, I would propose a bill title of something along these lines, concerning the establishment and updating of statewide pollution metrics and goals, including a new standard of 100% elimination of greenhouse gas emissions in the state of Colorado by 2050. That is worth a bill. That is worth a discussion. That is really, quite frankly, the big conversation we should be having. This would be what I would describe as the China debate. Actually, my colleague, friend, the bill sponsor, calls it on my behalf the China debate. The question is this, and I ask you to engage with me seriously, colleagues, as you think about this. At what cost to the people of Colorado, to what benefit on behalf of the people of the planet? This is really the crux issue in my mind of this entire conversation we have. You can argue legitimately that we have a responsibility to chart a course, to lead, to say, here's what things should look like. That's a fair argument to make. But I don't think you can make an argument that says, we will do an array of things that are financially expensive to the people of Colorado, the taxpayers of Colorado. We will do an array of things. We'll create an array of policies that are incredibly disruptive to the lives of the people of Colorado. And we will do it on a path to move Colorado to zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. You can choose to do all of that. But the challenge is, to what effect? Can we honestly say, at great cost, at great disruption, at great difficulty for many people in Colorado, most frequently the greatest cost in proportion to what they can afford to give is borne by the people who have the least to give? The most economically disadvantaged in our state carry the heaviest proportional burden for what? If Colorado is 100% greenhouse gas free, what does that do on behalf of this beautiful blue-green orb that we all live on together? 7 billion people, I think it is now. What does that do when China, there it is bringing a coal-fired power plant online? And I don't know exactly what the interval is now. At one point it was every week. Maybe it's now every 15 days, 30 days. But the point is, they are bringing coal-fired power online on a constant basis, and we are disadvantaging. We're taking steps that are, I'm going to use some wonky economic language, the marginal utility of the things we are doing is de minimis. I stood in this well when we were debating the bill about the replacement of appliances and the compelling of companies to provide an electric alternative when people are replacing their appliances. And we discussed the fact that you would have to bring 200 million additional electric vehicles online, zero tailpipe emission vehicles online, to have the same effect that we have had in the United States of America since 2010 by converting power plants from coal to natural gas. Just to give you a sense, to remind you, give you a sense of the proportion, there's worldwide about 3 million electric vehicles on the roads across the globe today. You need to bring 197 million more online to have the same effect that we have had by moving from coal to natural gas. So there are smart things that are being done, but the reality is you got to get some bang for your buck, is kind of the colloquial phrase. You got to get a return on your effort. You've got to do something that actually has a meaningful utility. And so many of these things we're doing have high cost and low marginal utility on behalf of global climate change. So the core question is, at what cost do we put policies in place, at what cost to the people of Colorado in terms of finance, inconvenience, disruption, and that is disproportionately borne by people who can least afford to carry that weight, to what benefit of the people of the planet? So Colorado's perfect. China, India, Latin America keep doing what they're doing. Is there a meaningful change across the globe? I will not deign to answer that, but it's a challenging question that I think needs to be answered by the bill sponsors. There is also another component in this that I will just toss into the conversation. There's a certain immorality where we have advanced, the United States of America has advanced through multiple economic cycles to a time of great affluence. We are wealthy, we are comfortable, we are so comfortable that we worry about things that really shouldn't even be problems and are not problems in the lives of people more broadly around the globe. And some of these conversations, some of these debates, some of these efforts that we're putting forward fall directly into that. I would say we should be talking about, and maybe, and I know of, I would like to say I support, I at this point haven't supported, I've supported a ministry that involves clean water in Africa. I'd like to find someone who's doing clean liquid propane gas to Africa, because many of the people on the planet, too many of the people across the planet, aren't quibbling over a bill like 16 that we're talking about here, weren't quibbling over, I want you to electrify your lawnmower. They're trying to figure out, can I scrape together enough charcoal, or can I scrape together enough dung to cook my family's meal today? I mean, we got people in Africa suffering from brown lung disease from the fires they're using to cook their family's meals, and here we are trying to choke off the production of liquid propane that could be giving them cleaner fuels to feed their family with. Can I get an amen? There we go. Glory. So the question here, and this is the China debate, and it's the establishment of the metrics, the measures, the goals, should be its own bill, could be its own complete bill. At what cost to the people of Colorado, and to what benefit of the people of the globe? That is the core question hanging on underneath this. Next section of the bill, which should be its own bill because this is really cool. New technology is coming online, and a couple of the big oil and gas companies are leading the way on this. It's the concept of sequestering. Sequestering means taking it and holding it aside. Sequestering greenhouse gases. The way they sequester is they pump it back down into the ground, and in some cases, they pump it back down in the ground in a way that brings some of that clean natural gas up. That, you know, my argument would be we should be turning that into liquid propane, shipping it to Africa so that people could be cooking their meals with liquid propane instead of dung and charcoal. But this concept of sequestration inside the bill is incredibly interesting. It is fairly specific, as you would expect a bill to be, and it's worthy of being its own bill. It sets up the determination of disproportionate impact on disproportionately impacted communities. Kind of there's an echo there to what I was just talking about earlier. This part of the bill is so complicated, the sequestration of carbon, it's so complicated that there's a part of the bill that says we need to make sure that we're doing this in a way that does not have negative health impacts on the disproportionate negative impacts on the disproportionately impacted communities. Now, there's an interesting logical fallacy in the bill as it's drafted here. You've got a determination of disproportionate impact on disproportionately impacted communities. I mean, you just kind of loop there. You've got the disproportion going on the disproportion. It's like a snake eating its tail. Yeah. It goes on in this section of the bill, should be its own bill, to talk about financial assurance, bonding, the reality to prepare for what those financial assurances need to look like and so forth. And it also provides rulemaking authority for this whole separate set of ideas. And I believe the rulemaking authority in this particular section of the bill, which should be its own bill, is the Water Quality Commission. I mean, we've got the Air Quality Commission, we've got the Department of Natural Resources, we've got the Colorado Energy Office, we've got so many aspects. I guess if I had a little more time to walk through it, I would probably identify pretty much every department of government is going to be somehow affected or impacted by this omnibus bill with 13, as I count them, sub-bills built within the bill. So rulemaking authority also exists there. Then we've got another new section that should be its own bill. Concerning, this is my title. The title on the bill should be Concerning the Creation of a New Classification of Renewable Energy Generation Device. Wow, cool, new technology. Let's consider that. Let's give it its due. As I'm recalling, I think this is a heat pump. Is this the heat pump that we're reclassifying as a new energy generation? Okay, I'm going to have to look it up in the bill. Give me 1 second. Again, going from the bill to the pre-amend. in the interest of afternoon committees, maybe I'll come back and pick that. It is the heat pump, as defined in section 3926-732 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. Next new bill, the establishment of certain new tax credits. This sounds like a House bill. I think I got an amen. We got a tax credit going on here. Not only is that its own bill, it's in the wrong chamber. That bill needs to start in the House. So we've got a bill here inside this bill, and it's in the wrong chamber, on top of the fact it's its own bill sucked up into this omnibus. Tax credits. There are also establishes certain new tax credits, rules through which the state of Colorado, this has always annoyed me as a fellow who's had a few businesses in the course of his life, rules through which the state of Colorado controls businesses as a pass-through entity and agent of the state on behalf of distribution of tax revenues. So taxpayer A, we're going to send your tax money to taxpayer B, or maybe not taxpayer B, and they might actually be from Kansas or Nebraska or Wyoming, because we're accepting the leakage based on just economic realities of we can't figure out how to manage it closely enough to avoid that leakage, so we're going to have leakage. So taxpayer A in Colorado, we're going to give your money to taxpayer B from Kansas or Wyoming or Nebraska, and we're going to move it through a retailer if you buy the lawnmower here in Colorado, should Senate Bill 16 pass. Sounds like a House bill that deals with tax policy. Next new bill in this omnibus bill, concerning requirements on utilities and transmission companies to expand transmission capacity. Wow. Complicated, big set of issues associated with that. We have infrastructure, construction, development, expansion, worthy of a substantial, meaningful, well-vetted conversation in and of itself. The next one I find is the most interesting non sequitur I find in this bill, and I would give it a title in its own bill, where it belongs, concerning the disposition of telecommunications fees. What is that doing in a greenhouse gas bill? Next new bill in this omnibus, expand rulemaking authority for the Air Quality Control Commission with regard to biomethane. It provides financial review processes, and get this, all those of you who are ready for the discussion on 213, everyone's favorite new big bill with a 54-page amendment already on the sideboard. This bill here, 16, also intrudes into local control over land use. Oh, those who would aspire to manage municipalities, those who have experience in managing counties, this must call attention to you. You need to rise up, call out, my friends of local municipalitydom, and demand a bill in of its own right to deal with land use. Oh, wait, we have 213 coming with that. Perhaps we could take this section out of this bill and put it in a bill where it belongs with regard to local intrusion, state intrusion on local management of land use issues. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? The complexity of this, the abject, certain, clear violation of Article 5, Section 21 of the Colorado Constitution. But wait, there's more. I'm not done yet. It's kind of like that late night TV commercial. But wait, there's more. We are now dealing with labor standards and the eligibility of contractors. Sounds like labor law. That definitely wants to head back to committee and get discussed. With regard to some of those certain infrastructure projects. And the last one, and this is a gimme, boy, I've been torturing this bill on this particular line of reasoning long enough. This is a gimme. It's concerning an appropriation. All right, I guess you almost have to let that in under the title. Oh, but wait, let's go back to look at the title. I think the title actually covered that one. As amended, the bill does cover that one. Originally, concerning measures to promote reductions in greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado. Amended to include and in connection therewith making an appropriation. So that doesn't actually have to be its own bill. It fits under the title, but the 12 other sections each deserve to be their own bill. So, I almost feel like, since my argument's been so compelling, to call the question, ask for a division, and kill this thing right now, but no, there's more. I do have a big stack here. We'll take them one at a time. And oh, yeah, sure, I would love it. I would love a response. We've got an abject, let me close one more time so you know what you're responding to. We have an abject violation of Article 5, Section 21 of the Colorado Constitution that says one subject. Each one of you legislators has had a frustrating moment in your life. I just know it. Step up right now. Let's tell the story together. Let's talk about this together. Each one of you has had a frustrating moment where you brought the best idea you thought you could possibly bring, and somebody said to you, a bill drafter, who are all smarter and brighter than the average bear, said, you can't do that. It doesn't fit under the title. Well, what do you mean it doesn't fit under the title? Well, they will say to you, Article 5, Section 21 of the Colorado Constitution says you can only talk about one thing of meaning and important subject in the bill. And this bill, I argue, talks about 13. We'll give away one because it's an appropriation. Talks about 12, should be 12 bills, an even dozen, not one bill. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I do truly appreciate the thought, energy, and effort you put into everything you touch, sir.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And members, I believe we're about ready to launch into an amendment phase, which I'm very excited about. And I would like to say, I tried something new this time, which is I handed the amendments that we've previously covered to minority staff and to the minority leader well in advance. And I appreciate him returning the favor. And I think it will improve our discussion today. Just a couple of quick thoughts to share with you before we start the amendment phase. First of all, there's probably a small amount of disagreement on this idea that markets can solve the problem. That may be a place where myself and the good senator from Monument will agree to disagree. The markets will not solve something such as greenhouse gas pollution because that is a classic market failure, the tragedy of the commons that plays out over and over again. Two, on the idea of single subject, I would like to fondly remember the good senator from near Sterling who previously served in this body, and a wonderful bill that he ran. I believe it was Concerning Rural Sustainability, I believe was the title of that bill. Many of us in the chamber had a chance to debate and vote on that bill, and the courts actually had a chance to review that bill for its potential violation of the single subject rule, and the courts found that it did fit under that title. And I would humbly submit that we are not even close to the stretching that may have occurred in Concerning Rural Sustainability. Number three, this is ambitious. I am guilty as charged. It is ambitious, but it is a moment that requires ambition. We have a planet that is in crisis. We have a climate that is rapidly changing and has massive implications for our health, our safety, and our financial well-being. It requires ambition. The final comment, which was referred to as the China argument, is this bill material? Well, Colorado is 1.5% of the United States, and the United States is about 25% of all of global emissions. Does this bill meet the cost-benefit challenge? I think the clear answer is yes. We are going to create tens of thousands of high-paying jobs. We are going to rapidly reduce pollution. We are going to create a better environment for the state of Colorado locally, and we're going to help lead globally. That's what this bill is about. And to say that, we are a wealthy state and a wealthy country and we have the extra room to think about these issues, I ask you to think about the families living in the Delta in Bangladesh. They do not have the luxury to think about leadership in this area. They are going to be confronting rapid change to their environment and their homes being covered in water within just a few years, some already suffering that fate. So this is urgent for our neighbors, for our constituents, for our state, for our nation, and for the world.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to respectfully redirect or respond. I think the crux argument truly is around this question of materiality. I get the intention, I get the ambitious nature, I get the idea, and I will stipulate wholeheartedly to the concept of leadership. I deeply appreciate the fact that you must lead, you must lay down what a vision looks like. The challenge is, and it goes back to the metaphor I was using earlier, at what cost to the people of Colorado, to what benefit the people of the planet, so to speak. And the metaphor I was using of let's construct a policy airplane that we can get off the runway in a way that is beneficial for the people of Colorado, that is affordable and decent for the people of Colorado, that does not disadvantage further already disadvantaged communities, and do it in a way that gets after this goal. There are differences of opinion on many elements of the how. I think there is general agreement on the need, the desire to achieve and attain. And so I look forward to the continued conversation, and perhaps with some of these amendments we can get at some of those differences of perspectives on the how.
There's an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read L33?
Amendment L033 by Senator Lundin, amend printed bill page 18, strike lines 25 through 27,
Mr.
page
Minority
19.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Chair Tim. I move amendment L033.
Proper motion to the amendment, Senator Lundin, Mr. Minority Leader.
So we have before us the people of the state of Colorado, and it's back to this question, at what cost to the people of Colorado, to what benefit the people of the planet? We have before us a looming financial crisis that everyone in Colorado is going to be groaning about in a matter of months, certainly within the next year or so. It's this concept of reformulated gasoline. Any of you have ever climbed on a plane, flown to California, rented a car, and driven to the gas station to fill that car up? Wow, sticker shock. We're paying $3, $4, $5. We were paying $5, pushing $6 in some cases. Well, in California, $6, $7, $8 is consistently what they're staring at. Why is this so? Why are the prices of gasoline so incredibly expensive in California? The magic answer is three little letters, RFG. Three little words, reformulated gasoline. It's formulated based on a set of policy perspectives, not unlike the policy perspectives inherent in this 12-section, 12-bill omnibus bill. They are coming to Colorado because of certain administrative actions or failure to take act that we have made here in the state of Colorado. And what it's going to do is going to raise the price of a gallon of gasoline from 50 cents to $1 a gallon for everybody who's pumping gas in Colorado. So what this amendment, L033, does is it says this act, that would be Senate Bill 16, and I hate this, I should say this collection of acts, but the amendment says this act, to be compliant with a bill that would be moving forward with that set of assumptions, takes effect only if the Federal Environmental Protection Agency does not mandate that the state's non-attainment areas sell reformulated gasoline. So let's unpack that a little bit. It's only the state's non-attainment areas that have to sell the reformulated gasoline. You know, we got 13, I think it's 13 counties, 11 counties north of Denver that are the non-attainment area, where we're not in attainment with some of the EPA requirements. Well, theoretically, you only have to sell the gas in those areas. Well, that's not the way marketplaces work. That's not the way distribution works. That's not the way gasoline would be distributed in Colorado. The reality is the providers who bring the gasoline into the state, they refine it, they reformulate it in this case, and therefore they charge more because it's more expensive to reformulate, and therefore it gets passed through to us at a higher price. They would sell it in the entire state. Quite frankly, it might even bleed over into some of the other states as a possibility, as I understand it. Anyway, this amendment says that this act takes effect only if the Federal Environmental Protection Agency does not mandate that the state's non-attainment areas sell reformulated gasoline, except that if a referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1(3) of Article 5 of the state constitution against this, or an act or an item. So that's just the standard petition clause that gives the people the right to step in and say, no, no, we want the reformulated gasoline. So this simply says, this particular bill only goes into effect if we're not staring at the grill of gasoline that's costing us $1 a gallon more. I urge your support of this for the economic vitality and the health of the people of Colorado.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I urge a no vote on L33, and arguably, this amendment does not fit under the title. I will spare us that step and simply ask for a no vote and remind everybody that reformulated gasoline is designed to reduce local criteria pollutants and does not affect in a material way greenhouse gas emissions.
The motion is the adoption of L33. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L33 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L34.
Amendment L034 by Senator Lundin, amend printed bill page 4 after line 3, insert section 2 in Colorado Revised
Mr.
Statute.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pro Chair Tim. This amendment speaks into that section of the bill where we were talking about adding new, I don't have my notes in front of me, new elements of pollution-reducing devices. And this simply says that we need to acknowledge in a meaningful and material way that nuclear energy, nuclear reactors, are also one of the best hopes, one of the best future sources of clean energy. The amendment goes on to say, as used in this section, so we're expanding that section, unless context otherwise requires, carbon-free energy source means a source of energy that does not produce any carbon emissions in its generation. Sounds like nuclear to me. B, the director means the director of the office of the director or the director's designee. C, net present value of revenue requirements has the meaning set forth in section 41-102. Office means the Colorado Energy Office, so we're placing this over at COE or CEO. E, small modular nuclear reactor or reactor means a nuclear reactor that, one, has a rated capacity of not more than 300 megawatts of electricity. So this is not gigantic. This is not, dare I say it, 3 Mile Island. This is a small modular. Two, can be constructed and operated in combination with other similar reactors at a single site if multiple reactors are necessary. That's clever. That's the sort of concept we need. We've got power generation. We need more power generation. This particular bill goes so far as to build bigger and more transmission lines. Well, if we're building more transmission lines, we must need to be sending power down that. This would provide for that. 3, has been licensed by the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission and is in compliance with all requirements and conditions associated with the license. Wow. We're saying the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has signed off on this device. It's not like it's pie in the sky by and by. 2, the director shall conduct or cause to be conducted a study regarding the feasibility of using small modular nuclear reactors as a carbon-free energy source for the state. That would be little old Colorado. The study must include an evaluation of existing state law to determine and identify which, if any, statutes and agency rules would need to be amended to enable the construction and operation of small modular nuclear reactors in the state. 2, the economic feasibility of replacing carbon-based energy sources with reactors while accounting for the net present value of revenue requirements that would result from the retirement of coal-fired plants. We're making sure it makes economic sense within this amendment. We're not just doing it because we think it's a good idea. We're actually studying to make sure it can make sense. 3, the safety and the waste stream resulting from the construction and operation of reactors. And 4, the property tax benefits to counties, school districts, and special taxing districts in connection with the use of reactors. Think about that. Envision that. You know, when I was a kid, we went to Disneyland, and the General Electric had the Carousel of Progress, and they were talking about how they'd moved forward in the different aspects of energy or electricity generation, and the utility of that in our households and how our households have changed. I think we need to be thinking of the Carousel of Progress on behalf of the children in those schools and the revenue to those school districts. In a future that includes clean, modular, nuclear energy. This is one of those opportunities to really pick up and get into the future in a way that meaningfully gets at it. This is not more windmills dotting our landscape. This is actual core density, power density, energy being produced in a clean way. That's a future that those children in those districts would benefit from greatly. B, an estimate of the number of jobs that could be created and the overall impact of local economies in connection with the use of small modular nukes. The amendment actually says nuclear reactors. A comparison of the reliability and cost of small modular nuclear reactors of natural gas, wind, and solar energy production. Boy, that is really key right there. We could have an honest moment. We could really check in with ourselves when we do that particular comparison in the study. Modular nuclear reactors vis-a-vis natural gas, vis-a-vis wind, vis-a-vis energy, solar energy production. Let's see how they actually stack up. Let's see if there is any truth to the physics of the matter, to the energy density provided by these various forms of energy production in their renewable way. The identification of local government permitting requirements or approvals that would be required for the operation of small modular nuclear reactors. Don't worry about that one. The bill already says the state gets to control land use if it needs to, and 213 joins in on that conversation later. E, any other information that the director deems necessary. 3, on or before July 1st of 2025, so we've got a little bit of time to get this done, the director shall submit the findings and conclusions of the feasibility study required in subsection 2 of this section to the House of Representatives, Energy and Environment Committee, the Senate Transportation and Energy Committee, and their successors or their successor committees. The findings and conclusions submitted must include any recommendations regarding, and here's where the rubber meets the road, the potential for using small modular nuclear reactors to provide energy in the state and administrative legislative action needed to promote the use of small modular nuclear reactors in the state. For the 23-24 state fiscal year, the General Assembly shall appropriate, gonna have to change the fiscal note, gonna have to change the appropriations clause, but that's okay. We got, what, $2.4 billion in excess reserves. We've been sitting on, for our 30-year average historical reserve in the state of Colorado is 3.3% or some such number. It's right at 3%. We're sitting on 15% in reserves. I think we can find the $250 necessary to do this if we really care about clean energy going forward. And so we've got the $250,000 from the general fund to the Office for the Use and Implementation of this section. And then, of course, because I live under the understanding that nothing is as permanent as a temporary government program, I want to clean up my act on this, and this amendment says this section is repealed effective September 1st, 2026. So we take this out of the law when we're done. It's a study. It makes a ton of sense. I urge your support of Amendment L034.
And please move the amendment, Mr. Minority Leader.
Did I not move it?
It's okay. That's what I'm here
Go
for.
through that whole thing again?
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, Chair Pro Tem. I move Amendment L034 and would ask for an opportunity to explain the amendment.
Has it already been explained, sir? Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Man, what a better way. Well, I mean, I can't think of a better way to get rid of greenhouse gases than adding nuclear, the cleanest energy that we could have in the world right now, as part of this, as part of this bill. The study that would show us exactly how we would use it. Let me just tell you that nuclear energy, especially a guy that was in the military, in the Navy, we used to use them on our submarines and on our aircraft carriers, and it was kind of the same way of doing it with the small modular nuclear reactors. But it burns clean. It will reduce our greenhouse gases emissions, and this is the best part, is that it will produce a lot of energy that we need if we're going to truly go into the electrification of Colorado, and that's needed in the place of natural gas, also with wind and solar. Nuclear energy is very important to what we need to do to be able to move forward in this exact bill. So I really appreciate the minority leader bringing this amendment. I love, we actually heard about nuclear energy in Transportation and Energy Committee. Unfortunately, it failed in that committee, but this would be great to add it to this amendment and to this bill. And I really appreciate him bringing this forward. I ask for an aye vote on L034.
Seeing no, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. I rise in support of Amendment L034. The good senator from Brighton, Peltonia, made reference to the bill that I carried that just designated nuclear energy as a form of clean energy. That's all it did. We all know intuitively, or it's been proven time and time again, that nuclear energy is indeed clean energy. And if this indeed is a study, which it is, I see that we can only benefit from a good further study. Other countries are continuing to use nuclear energy. In fact, there's a specific type of nuclear energy. It's called I believe it's called a thorium reactor, which is the cutting edge of nuclear energy, which is supposed to revolutionize the concept of nuclear energy. So clearly, we can benefit from it as a society. It will do nothing but help our country, and we're all for a clean environment, and nuclear energy is a good piece of the puzzle. So with that, I rise in support of L034 and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L34 as well, and actually think it complements fairly well an amendment offered earlier by the bill sponsor, Amendment 16. Part of Amendment 16 in redefining the duties and powers of the Colorado Energy Office included new language to evaluate and, when appropriate, support the deployment of cleaner energy sources such as clean hydrogen, geothermal, recovered methane, recovered heat, and advanced nuclear. So there's probably some nuances around what's advanced nuclear and what's small modular nuclear. But the intent is clear that, again, to really swing the pendulum in favor of 100% reduction in greenhouse gases, nuclear has to play a role in this. And I think about communities in my Senate district, in Nucla, where the coal-fired power plant and the mine, they didn't just close, they closed and demolished the power plant, and that small community is trying to figure out how to work within the guidelines of the Office of Just Transition to move their economy to something other than that power plant and the coal mine. And then my good friends in Craig, where the manager of the mine at the coal mine is a colleague of mine from Texas, where we worked in coal mines together, providing coal to power plants there. So I think nuclear is going to has to play a fundamental, foundational role in this transition, and I think this amendment provides that opportunity. I think it's a good example of what the direction we need to go, and I rise in support of L034.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I very rarely get to talk about nuclear power here on at the well of the Senate. As a few of you may know, at age 18, I decided to do a degree in nuclear engineering, and got to learn how to run a reactor and learn about nuclear physics and understand this technology inside and out. And I have great news for the proponents of this amendment. Each part of this amendment is already happening, either at the state or federal level. But I want to caution us because as much as I am familiar with and am excited about the potential for some of these technologies, right now the economics simply don't work. In fact, there is a project underway in southern Idaho right now that utilizes small nuclear reactor design, and as was mentioned earlier, similar to some of the designs that the Navy uses in aircraft carriers and submarines. And the cost estimates just went up 50% before a shovel has even been turned. And so it is great to look at this as an option, and fortunately the elements of this amendment are already happening to make sure we have that option on the table. But I would also just add caution that the economics right now are not looking very favorable for this to be competitive. And so I would urge a no vote on L34 since it is already happening.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L34. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L34 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk.
I can clearly see your nuts.
Will the clerk please read L35?
Amendment L035 by Senator Lundin, amend printed bill page 10, strike lines 18 through 27, strike pages 11
Mr.
and 12.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, Chair Pro Tem. I move Amendment L035.
Proper motion to the amendment, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, sir. This amendment strikes the lawnmower tax credit section. And we're doing this because, doggone it, we don't want Colorado taxpayers to be providing tax credits to people from Kansas and Nebraska and Wyoming. Actually, we're charitable. We're generous to our neighboring states. New Mexico and Utah might try and get in on the act as well. No, this simply says, let's just let this play out as the marketplace would have it play out, as opposed to thinking that we can have this meaningful impact. You can go down to any one of your local retailers that sells the smaller lawn and garden equipment, such as these lawnmowers would be, And they, quite frankly, offer mostly, if not exclusively, battery-operated lawnmowers. My son bought one a couple years ago, and he said, "Dad, I feel a little silly when I'm out in the yard. I feel like I'm vacuuming my grass up. It just doesn't feel like, sound like, or quite frankly, his argument is it doesn't quite do the same job or the quality of quality of cut as did the gas mower he had previously. But the point is, they're available, they're in the marketplace, they're at market competitive prices already. There's no reason for us to take Colorado taxpayer dollars to spend on something that is happening into the marketplace naturally in and of itself, by itself now. I urge your support of Amendment L035. Strike the lawnmower man.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I feel the same way, especially living on the border of Nebraska, about not letting Colorado taxpayers, flip the bill for people in Nebraska. We do a lot of commerce over the state line, and so I just worry about that. I don't think our taxpayers should subsidize the state of Nebraska, so I rise in support of this amendment.
The motion is the adoption of L35. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, L35 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Again, will the clerk please read L36?
Amendment L036 by Senator Lundin, amend printed bill page 10, strike lines 20 through 27, page 11, strike lines 1 through 6, and substitute 39-22-549 tax credit for building
The
materials.
Honorable Senator Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President, Chair Pro Tem. I move Amendment L03. I have trouble seeing.
36.
36.
To the amendment, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. This it's an echo, I'll call it. It's an echo of part of what's already in the bill. It simply says to our ag producers, here's another thing that you might be able to do. We've got biomethane is in the bill at this point. This would give them the ability to use carbon sequestration projects on the farm as well. I think that you find that if there's a good idea, an idea good enough to be its own bill, carbon sequestration, in the bill, then let's go ahead and extend it. And so this is an echo and reinforcement of something that's in the bill, the bill of 12 that are packed into one. I just don't want to lose that thread. That this could be a good echo and expansion of one of the subsets within this omnibus bill. I urge your support of L036.
Senator Pelton, birthday.
What?
Birthday. Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President, Pro Tem, you name it. I rise in support of this amendment. Production agriculture has long been it's probably the number 2 carbon sequestration sinks in the world today, forest being number 1. My brother and I, when my father died, we took over the farm, and we immediately adopted no-till farming with enhanced crop rotations. So we were building the soil, we were increasing organic matter, which is trapping carbon, sequestering carbon. So I really like this amendment. It really helps out the ag community. And with that, I am a strong aye vote for
Seeing no
Amendment
further
036.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L36. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, L36 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L37?
Amendment L037 by Senator
Mr.
Lundin.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. I move Amendment L037.
To the amendment, Mr. Minority Leader.
Colleagues, if you like the bill, you like this amendment. The bill provides for pollution control equipment. Okay, let's just add to that list of pollution control equipment something that's obviously pollution control equipment. It simply would add nuclear energy equipment as pollution control equipment. Doesn't get much simpler than that. I would ask, are there any nuclear engineers among us? And would they support the idea of adding nuclear energy equipment to the list of pollution control equipment? Thank you, Mr. President, Chair Pro Tem.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Chair.
See what you started?
I love this amendment. And I don't know why nuclear isn't being explored more in this renewable energy, clean energy scheme that we have going on. We could put these reactors where the coal plants are. That would greatly reduce the amount of transmission line have to be built, which means lower cost to our ratepayers, to our consumers, to the people that we answer to. The technology is greatly advanced. This isn't the old nuclear that everybody thinks of and that the media tries to scare us into again. This new technology with the small nuclear modular reactors is very promising. Good senator from Denver a little while ago said, would you want one of these in my backyard? And I sure would. You know, I would take 2 of the windmills down there in my pasture currently, right now, and I'd put a small nuclear reactor in there. We're real close to a transmission line. In fact, we are about, from that pasture, about a mile from the transmission line. So I would welcome that. I think this is technology we need to explore in this whole deal because, you know, to build out all of the renewable that it's going to call for, the transmission lines that are needed is just horrendous. And right now, the current XL Power Pathway transmission line is looking like it's going to cost about $300 million a mile. So we need to really consider all this whenever we are looking at this renewable energy plan. I would still like to know exactly, we always hear about how this is going to, you know, help our environment, how it's going to do this. What is going to be the cost to fully implement the Green New Deal in Colorado? I think if our consumers knew that, it would greatly scare them to death. So I am full in support of this amendment, and I thank the good senator from Douglas County for bringing it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is
Excuse me, El Paso County.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L37. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L37 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read L38?
Amendment L038 by Senator Lundin, amend printed bill, page 7, after line 15, insert subparagraph 3, an entity that develops an emissions reduction plan that aligns.
Thank you, Mr. President, Chair Pro Tem. I move amendment L038.
Proper motion to the amendment, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. So this amendment is interesting because in this discussion of this 12-aspect bill, we discover that there's already a lot of this that the bill seeks to do existing in law. This amendment simply says that those who are already complying with the greenhouse gas emission laws be exempt from further extensions of that compliance, and it would give them, for the actions they're taking, a degree of exemption, not from the law, but from this additional expansion of the law. Let's take a closer look at the amendment. It inserts into the printed bill, not the pre-amend, so if you're following along on the bill and the pre-amend, that on page 7 after line 15, we stick in a third section, and it talks about entities. We're talking about various entities and their requirements for compliance under this new law. It says an entity that develops an emissions reduction plan that aligns with the Clean Energy Plan requirements set forth in Section 40, that would 43.3.2108, and demonstrates compliance with the emissions reduction plan, again from 43.2.108, is not subject to any regulation adopted in furtherance of helping the state meet the statewide greenhouse gas pollution goals set forth in subsections of this section. So what are they already in compliance with? They're in compliance with 43.2.108. Let's take a look at what that consists of. It's clean heat targets, legislative declaration, et cetera. It finds that in order to achieve Colorado's science-based greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals, well, that's 1/12 of what we've been talking about, and maintain a healthy, livable climate for Coloradans, Colorado must reduce greenhouse gas pollution from all sectors of the economy, including the built environment. 2, a significant source of greenhouse air pollution from the built environment comes from the use of gas to heat Colorado homes. 3, I am, for the sake of time, summarizing here. 3, improving the energy efficiency of Colorado's buildings will reduce pollution. 4, reducing the carbon intensity of gas delivered by utilities that switch from gas, space, and water heating to high-efficiency electric heating will reduce greenhouse gases. It determines that, again, we're talking about, they're already complying with this. There's a significant potential to reduce greenhouse emissions of methane from active, inactive coal mines, landfills, wastewater treatment plants, agricultural operations, other sources of methane pollution throughout development of methane recovery and biomethane projects. Boy, this sounds a lot like what we have in the law, what we're talking about rewriting again here. Green and blue hydrogen have potential to be zero and very low carbon energy sources. The development of hydrogen projects in Colorado has the potential to lower costs. The declaration continues on. Then we've got definitions. The definitions, again, are not unlike those that are being redefined or added to in this bill. Biomethane means a mixture of carbon dioxide and hydrocarbons released from the biological decomposition of organic materials that is primarily methane and provides a net reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And 2, includes biomethane recovered from manure management systems, anaerobic digesters that has been processed to meet pipeline quality. Think about that. It's already happening. I've been out on some dairy farms where this is going on. Gigantic stainless steel tanks, as big probably in terms of volume as this chamber. They reduce this methane down to a quality that they can then insert in a pipeline, and it is introduced into the stream already. That's happening. So circumstances where that exists already, this amendment would provide some relief and allow the fact that they're doing the elements already under the law to exempt them from expansive and different elements that may be coming with this change should 16 pass. I urge your support of L038.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Chair. I need to correct something I said earlier. These transmission lines, the current XL power pathway is $3 million a mile, not $300 million, but $3 million a mile. The big anaerobic digester that the good senator from Monument was talking about, him and I happened to see when it was still being built out in Fort Morgan at Chris Kraft's Dairy. Very, very impressive. You know, I really like those kind of projects. You know, if they're cost effective for these operations, I'm all for that. So with that, I ask a strong support for this amendment.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And members, just a quick comment about L38. I do urge a no vote, and for one very important reason, and that is that it's overly broad because it would encompass any entity that is doing a clean energy plan. So that would include the 2 investor-owned utilities, both of which also in that entity have gas operations, which are not included in the clean energy plan. So it would be a big mistake to adopt L38. It would have severe unintended consequences, and I urge a no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader, the motion is the adoption of L38. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L38 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L30?
Amendment L030 by Senator Lundin, amend printed bill page 6, strike lines
Mr.
22
Minority
through-
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chair Pro Tem. I move Amendment L030.
Proper motion to the amendment. Mr. Minority Leader.
So earlier in the discussion, sponsor offered an amendment that said the 2040 goal, I believe it was beyond what individuals had a realistic thought we could attain, and dialed that goal back. This amendment goes one better. It simply says let's just keep working at it, and it strikes the balance of the targets. I urge your support of Amendment L030.
Senator Pelton. Relentless.
Thank you, Mr. Pro, at coming up with new adjectives. Thank you. I like this amendment. You know, we are moving in this direction anyway. Let's take the time to get it right, to get it economical. You know, I don't believe the Chicken Little moment is here. I don't believe that we're at a point of no return. You know, whenever we quit focusing on God and start looking at the creation, God is bigger than this. God will not let this earth go away, and man cannot change that. So with that, I think we need to be prudent in our proceedings on this topic, and with that, I urge a yes vote.
Motion is adoption of L30. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L30 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L40?
Amendment L040 by Senator Lundin, amend printed bill page 16 after line 7, insert section 10 in
Mr.
color.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chair Pro Tem. I move Amendment L040.
To the amendment, please, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you. This is a specific request, constituency request, down of a group of government entities down El Paso, Teller Park, Uinta, some of the counties down south. They have reached out and said that they have significant concerns about the costs that are coming their way that appear to be unanticipated, unreserved for, and unaccounted for, as there is decommissioning of solar and wind power plants, or not power plants, but power generation locations. And they are having to pick up the tab, if you will, on expenses associated with that decommissioning. The reality is, although there are financial forecasts and intentions to account for the full life cycle cost of some of these elements we have, the reality is they're falling short. They're not actually adequately accounting for the costs of decommissioning and dealing with either recycling or whatever the correct response is to the elements as they're decommissioned, solar and wind specifically. So this amendment would require an engagement on that issue in a more complete way. I would love to see in all of our conversations around renewable energy a complete life cycle cost. There are so many aspects that happen after the retail sale, so to speak. Let's consider a zero tailpipe electric vehicle, zero tailpipe emission electric vehicle. You buy it and you're subsidized by both the Fed and the state, or were until recently subsidized by both, to have bought it. And as far as you're concerned, as far as those who are promoting the idea of that electric vehicle are concerned, the story ends there. But the reality is these vehicles are different. They have different recycle requirements. when they come to end of life, they have costs associated with them that don't line up neatly with the existing processes we have for dealing with, for instance, an abandoned vehicle. Dealing with an abandoned electric vehicle is different for the salvage yards in meaningful ways. There's safety issues associated with them. With regard to the electrical discharge, happen to have, this is a 1 degree of separation or 2 degrees of separation experience. An individual I know knows someone who was electrocuted, died in the effort to salvage an EV. And the full life cycle cost of these elements is not always considered. The tearing down and the recycling of the batteries, there are, unless this has changed dramatically or changed fundamentally since the last time I looked into it, which was, I will admit, several months ago, there was one location in Oklahoma where batteries were able to be stripped down and sent, but the reality was it was non-economic, it didn't work, because the freight cost of moving these big, heavy batteries, these big cells, to the location where they could be recycled was cost prohibitive, and so it was not happening. And so there is this cost that comes on the backside of much of this we're going to save the planet electric vehicle effort that we have. The same thing is true with regard to the broader scaled industrial level power generation. When we decommission the wind power plants, when we decommission the solar power plants, there are unintended or unanticipated or not properly anticipated costs. So this amendment would provide for an acknowledgement of that and a plan for that. In section 40-2-129, it sits under the heading again. And the great thing about this bill is it's easy to write amendments because the bill covers most of the statute books. So you can find a place to put almost any amendment. 42-129, new resource acquisitions, factors in determining local employment, best value employment metrics, performance audit, consideration of local government impacts from consideration of local government impacts from decommissioned renewable energy sources. 5A, when evaluating a renewable energy generation resource acquisition, such as solar and wind generation resource acquisition, and requests for a certificate of convenience and necessity for construction or expansion of renewable energy generation resources, the Commission shall consider the potential negative economic impacts to the local government with jurisdiction over the proposed location of the renewable energy generation resource arising from, 1, the life cycle costs of the resource of that local government bears, 2, the costs to the local government resulting from the decommissioning of the resource, and 3, any other costs that the Commission deems appropriate. And then a sub B under that, the Commission shall not approve an electric resource plan, acquisition, or power purchase agreement that seeks approval for the acquisition of renewable energy generation resources if the plan, acquisition, or power purchase agreement fails to provide for the mitigation of the potential negative economic impacts to the local government. So it's rare, I mean, you get a snapshot of this one, it's rare that I stand in the well defending government. But the reality is we need to make sure that the local governments are being appropriately compensated for in the process where we're putting state law in place that has this impact on them. And Senate Bill 16, in its ambitious rush to dramatically change the environment, is an example of where the potential for putting local governments in very challenging financial circumstances is dramatically expanded. So, on behalf of the local jurisdictions that you all have important and close relationships with, I urge you to support Amendment L040.
Senator Pelton, razzle dazzle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't even compete with you. So. Thank you, Leader Lundeen, for bringing this amendment. I was a former county commissioner. Wind was just coming into my county when I was still in office. Decommissioning is a big thing. And I love this conversation got started because I don't think in any of the plan, the calculations, any of this, they consider the diesel that is going to be burnt to take these things down, to reclaim the ground, or to even put up retrofit the current towers with new nacelles and blades. And then, where are we going to dispose of these blades? As of now, they're not recyclable. Doesn't mean they won't be in the future, but right now they're not. These local government landfills cannot handle the volume of all these blades when they have served their useful life. The Front Range wants this type of energy, but they want to put it out where I live. They've already covered us up with red blinking lights at night, ruined our skyline with these turbines that turn all during the day, because the wind does blow out there a lot. So I really appreciate this conversation that shows that no matter how much you want to get to net zero, you will never get there. It takes a mission to produce the turbines, the solar panels. It takes a lot of fossil fuel to get them transported out into the country. So this is a very important conversation to have at this time around this bill. So thank you, Minority Leader Lundeen, for bringing this amendment, and I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Pelton Benevolent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love this amendment. I'm also a former county commissioner. We actually had put a moratorium on any new green energy in our county when I was still there, so we could come up with the rules and how best to decommission any of this stuff that's coming forward. One of the best parts about this is that we're going to be starting to see a lot of batteries in our communities. And when you see those batteries, there is no place to recycle them in our communities. We can't put them into our landfills. And if we tried to put them in our landfill, CDPHE would come down and bring the hammer on us and that sort of thing. So, I mean, I love the fact that we're talking about decommissioning, because I think we should have this conversation a lot around green energy. And we also need to talk about how much greenhouse gases is produced by decommissioning as well, because I think that you kind of lose some of your greenhouse credits when you start decommissioning some of this stuff and reclaim the land. And I think that we really need to add that to the issues that we're seeing. So I rise in support of Amendment L040. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The motion is the adoption of L040. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L040 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, Chair Pro Tem. I, as you might expect, rise in opposition and now begin my discussion of Senate Bill 16. The real core of this debate, and this is one of those moments where I would love to engage in a framing debate that leads to deeper policy conversations and a science-based, evidence-supported policy development conversation going forward that answers clearly the question of prioritization, priorities. And the framing I would ask is, at what cost to the people of Colorado, to what benefit the people of the planet? As we discussed earlier, I will stipulate to the idea that we are blessed, we are affluent, we are rich in a way that most people on the planet are not in this beautiful state of Colorado, in this incredible, exceptional country of America. where people have governed themselves successfully to the level of affluence that we experience today. And at the same time, I acknowledge and seek an actual, as I said, evidence-based policy development around what can we actually do to put our thumb on the scale of protecting this planet we all live on together and care about equally. At what cost to the people of Colorado, to what benefit the people of the planet? Other than signaling our affluence, our virtue, our concern over this issue, what can we meaningfully do? Does it actually make a difference? The challenges that we are putting upon the people of Colorado by bills such as this nature. I mean, we passed last year through here, House Bill originally 1362, gave the Colorado Energy Office greater authority to have their thumb on the scale, to have their say in what zoning, or not zoning, but code development looks like in Colorado, that led to a report from a nonpartisan think tank that said those elements, as developed by the two code samples or proposals that the Colorado Energy Office has the ability to develop, will lead to the increase of $42,000 per dwelling in the state of Colorado. That's 1362 of last year. Senate Bill 16 of this year has potentially similar implications, if not directly, indirectly. At what cost to the people of Colorado, to what benefit the people of the planet? How can we identify, are we able to make a meaningful difference, or are we simply, by virtue of our desire to signal our virtue, punishing the people of Colorado for a net negligible or non-existent gain for the people of the planet? Now, I know that in terms of the broad question and the broad debate and the broad dialogue, the answer will be, of course. But I think if we're going to develop policy that we will argue will change the face of the planet, we must begin to bring the science, the evidence, the data that shows how changing something in this state, which is a small place, as important as it is to all of us, a very, very small footprint on this beautiful blue-green orb that we share with 7 billion other people, are we really making a difference, or are we simply choosing, on behalf of our own virtue signaling, to disadvantage the people of Colorado, especially certain people among us who are least able to afford the expenses and the costs and the burdens we're placing upon them. Mr. Chair, I appreciate your presiding over this discussion so thoroughly, promptly, and clearly. To the bill sponsor, I always appreciate your thoughts, your effort, your energy. There is, other than, quite frankly, let's completely rejigger all the land use governance of Colorado, I don't think there is a more ambitious bill that has been offered this session. In fact, I think it might actually be worth 12 bills. I urge your opposition to 016, but clearly I have the greatest respect and admiration for the conversation and the people that bring that conversation. Thank you, Mr. President, Chair Pro Tem.
Seeing no further discussion, I've run out of words. Senator, the great senator from Peltonia.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. I cherish the words, even though maybe they don't fit. People at the center of this debate, I think the people of Colorado need to be given an honest cost estimate of what the clean energy plan of this administration is going to cost by the time we get to 2050. We hear all the time about, oh, it's going to reduce this much carbon in the air, it's going to do this, going to do that, but nobody really seems to give us the cost. People, it's going to be expensive. And who that directly benefit or hurts the most are our fixed income seniors, our lower class, even the middle class. Our middle class is getting squeezed now with inflation, high energy costs, with their gasoline and stuff. So I would urge that we put pressure on to get an honest estimate of the cost of this clean energy plan, because I think if the average Colorado citizen knew what that cost is, there would be some pushback. Instead of just running these bills through here and to heck with the people that pay the bill. I think now's the time to look at all the above energy generation systems there are out there, not just the ones that the environmental groups really love. There's modular nuclear we talked about earlier. There's clean hydrogen. I think we need to look at all these and not just focus on what certain groups want. There's pollution happening with these wind projects, with these solar projects. Come out to my part of the world and see what it is. It's not all rainbows and unicorns like we are being led to believe. With that, I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 16.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 16. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 16 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted.
somebody actually to say, to give me We're huddling at 2 p.m. That's not a good sign.
Okay, we got everyone? Do you want to go? Sure. So obviously the goal this morning was to clear the calendar. We do have, we've been negotiating. We have talked with the sponsors. Their offer was if we can lay over Senate Bill 111 to tomorrow, which is the Public Employees Workplace Protections, and if we can agree to lay over 1077 to Monday, that they will allow the rest of the calendar to be cleared. Oh, sorry.
They don't want to.
Informed consent. They will allow the rest of the calendar to be cleared in the next hour. 5 hours. So, which would allow us to get to upon adjournment committees and then to afternoon committees. So it's not a bad deal. There's some other really big Senate bills on the calendar that we would be able to get through.
And not come back tonight.
Not come back.
This is all for this weekend?
For this weekend.
You're breaking up the 1:30 or the upon adjournment and the 1:30s. Those are going to be separate then. We're right. I knew we were going to do it, but you were talking.
Right. And the upon adjournments, I don't think will take long. It's the 1:30s.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So there's not going to be. So if you are in an upon adjournment and a 2 o'clock. still on the bottom. None of this little carrot you put out yesterday that you might get to cut off of one of those. No, that's not happening. Okay. I did not pack accordingly.
Hold on, let's come back together. Hold on, everyone.
For afternoon committees, you can start whenever you have all your committees. You don't actually have to wait for a committee to adjourn. Unless it's in the same room. But they're scheduled for 1:30, and you can start at any time.
There was a question in one of them where someone was on both. We had Julie who was on both. Did you already take care of that?
You need to wait for her.
Okay, right.
We're both on business.
Doesn't have an overlap.
Right.
Business will go first.
Health, Janal has a conflict with BLT, and then you have a conflict with local government. Clear the calendar.
Actually, if you don't need a full
Right. I'm okay. We can start. I'm okay with that.
and then upon adjournment.
Senator Fields, I'm fine with that. If you want to start
So do we do the floor first before committees? Let's go. Get the floor done.
It's if they're in the same.
All right.
Because they're
Very poorly coordinated, very poorly.
We did all the women. Yeah,
Team women. Rachel. Team. What do we do? Team Dem Estrogen.
Team Dem.
Yay! It took a long time for the payoff. What? It's a great, it was great. It's a great effort.
The Power Rangers forming up.
Will the clerk please read title to Senate Bill 179?
Senate Bill 179, Senators Moreno and Will, Representatives Hartsook and Doherty concerning insurance carrier requirements for health coverage plans.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 179 and the Health and Human Services and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Health and Human Services Committee, we made a number of changes, primarily around allowing folks who are nonprofit health plans to submit some data around their nonprofit community expenditures. You will see that in a later amendment, which we'll propose here shortly, some of that language will be revised, but that is what happened in the Health and Human Services Committee.
Motion is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Health and Human Services Committee report is adopted. Where is Senator Gardner even at? Oh, there he is right there. I heard his voice. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we added the appropriation for the bill.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Mr. Majority Leader. There is an amendment? At the desk. Will the clerk please read? L12.
Amendment L012 by Senator Moreno, amend the Health and Human Services Committee report dated March 23, 2023, page 1 after line 9, insert page 6 of the printed bill, after line 11,
Mr.
insert.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L012.
To L012, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, Amendment L012 adds a definition for what is a community benefit expenditure, and again, strikes the language in the Health and Human Services Committee report that I referenced earlier. This would allow for nonprofit dental plans to deduct the community benefit expenditures that they make, similar to the way that for-profit dental plans can deduct their taxes. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, motion is the adoption of L12. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L12 is adopted. There is an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read? L11.
Amendment L011 by Senator
Majority Leader
Moreno.
Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L011.
To the amendment, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this states that nonprofit community benefit expenditures, it includes a federal citation that basically outlines what constitutes a community benefit expenditure, but also says that the commissioner should ensure that the expenditures have the effect of improving dental access, which is the intent of those community benefit expenditures.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L11. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L11 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did we find out which microphone works and which one doesn't yet? Appreciate it, Mr. Chair, and definitely want to thank the bill sponsors for bringing this this issue up. I'm actually going to urge a no vote on Senate Bill 179. I'm going to explain why. Actually, a few reasons why, and give you a few things to ponder, right? Because what this bill does in 179, it sets the framework for another bill that you are going to vote on most likely next year or the year after, where you will be asked to take action based on the information that is going to come out of Senate Bill 179. So this is not the last time, colleagues, that you are going to hear a conversation about this pervasive issue that I'm sure your constituents have been just blowing you up over. Your email boxes, your voicemails are probably chock full of constituent concerns around their dental insurance programs. I mean, right?
Right.
There we go. So, quick little quiz just to make sure we're all on the same page when it comes to dental insurance. Those of you who are covered under the state of Colorado's dental insurance program, you probably know we are in open enrollment right now. So you hopefully went onto the website, reviewed your plan options, selected your coverages, verified your dependents, and running out of time if you haven't done that. Good idea. So, everybody remember what the cost of the dental insurance plan for the state of Colorado was for you when you went to check your box? Exactly. $4.54 was what was going to come out of your checks. $4.54. So to kind of put in perspective, the senator from Denver brought up a point not but a week or two ago as far as the issues that we tackle here, the big picture issues and the little picture issues that we tackle here in the legislature. And the one that we're tackling today is the $4.54 premium that we're going to try to get under control. We're going to try to wrangle these numbers down a little bit, right? So if we're able to lower premiums for our citizens across the state, I mean, if we get this thing down 10%, 20%, we're talking maybe 90 cents a paycheck, which will probably put it on par with what many of you spend for Spotify or a similar subscription. So for those of you under the age of 70, Spotify. So a couple things in this bill. So what this bill purports to do is to shine a light on dental insurance in a similar way that a light has been shined on medical insurance. Candidly, colleagues, I think that concept is flawed right out of the gate. Medical insurance, as you know, is something that from an accessibility and affordability perspective has been job number one for me here since I was elected. Dental insurance to me is a little bit of a misnomer. So there's a number of things in the ledge deck that I'm not going to bore you with, but that I think you should know when they talk about dental insurance being this save-all, savior, be-all, end-all when it comes to affordability of dental care. I don't even really like the term dental insurance. Because to me, when I think of insurance, when I buy insurance for something, I'm planning on paying a premium so that something cataclysmic, catastrophic, unaffordable doesn't happen to me. So when you look at your homeowner's insurance, life insurance, medical insurance, liability insurance on your auto insurance policy, these are really, really large numbers, traditionally, that I think a purchaser feels would potentially bankrupt them, let's say. Put them into a financial situation that they couldn't possibly come out of. That's how health insurance works. Any bona fide health insurance policy that's sold in the United States of America today, do you know what the annual cap is on that? What the most that an insurance company will cover in the course of a year is by law? It's unlimited. Because that's the way insurance should work. Do you know what the lifetime maximums are for health insurance for any bona fide policy that's sold in the United States of America is? It's unlimited. Okay? With dental insurance, and again, I use the term insurance lightly, there is virtually always, 99% of the time, a cap on what the insurance company is going to spend. It's almost like the opposite of insurance. Right? It's kind of like a discount plan or a little savers plan, like a coupon. Because to me, again, insurance is going to protect you when you show up at the dentist and the dentist says you need 10 crowns at $3,500 a piece and it's going to cost you 40 grand, that you have something in place that's going to pay for that. And that is simply not the case with dental insurance. Dental insurance, traditionally, is going to pay something like $1,000 a year, $1,500 a year. For those of you that went through your open enrollment guide and signed up for the basic dental plan, which most of you do here at the state of Colorado, do you know what your annual maximum of dental coverage is for the plan that you just signed up for? It's $1,500. That is all the insurance company is going to pay out per person, per plan year, or per calendar year, depending. So is it really an insurance product, if that's the most it's going to pay? So as we're addressing this issue of statewide concern, a policy that costs you $4.50 a paycheck that is going to pay out a maximum of $1,500 in benefits, what I'd ask you, colleagues, is having the Division of Insurance now put a microscope on this. This isn't free. Here's another 150,000 taxpayer dollars that could have gone to something. That could have gone to anything. And what we're saying is, we're going to take this $150,000, and I know the budget folks are like, oh, it's budget dust, it's 150 grand, who cares? But I feel like that's a lot of money that could be going towards something that might make a meaningful impact in the lives of our citizens and potentially saving people what is going to be 40 or 50 cents per paycheck for a benefit that doesn't even really feel like insurance to me seems a little bit unnecessary, a little bit superfluous. So I do have a concern as to whether or not this issue rises to the level that we really want to invest valuable time and resources in the first place. So that would be the first question that I would have you ask yourself. Does this rise to an issue of statewide concern, as opposed to doing something like requiring that the benefits are higher, to where it's not $1,500. Maybe that it actually becomes an insurance product and helps you when you've got $40,000 worth of implants or $15,000 worth of crowns to pay for. So that's my first concern. But the real underlying problem that I have is that when this was tried in the health insurance world, and you'll see it a lot of analogies in the ledge deck in particular about, hey, we already did this with health insurance companies. We already went in, analyzed what health insurance companies have to pay out in claims relative to administrative expenses and profits. When they did this in the health insurance world, I think you're led to believe with this ledge deck that good things happened. And I would ask you, does anybody in this room really feel like great things have happened since the government stepped in and started putting this, I put this in air quotes, this microscope on health insurance companies? Let me tell you what's happened since 2010. Your rates have skyrocketed. That's the first thing that's happened. Your health insurance rates went up a ton. Second thing, and I would love for everybody to check this, what happened to the stock price and profits of the insurance companies since somebody put a microscope on their claim benefit to loss ratio, their medical loss ratio? What happened to the stock of United Healthcare? Today, United Healthcare stock is trading around $500 or $600 a share. When the Affordable Care Act was passed, it was about $40 a share. $40 to $500 or $600. I learned math in Kansas. What's that, 1,000%? Stock price of the parent company of Blue Cross Blue Shield. Look that up, 2010 to today. Probably 500% increase in the stock price of that insurance company. Look at Cigna, similar. So I don't necessarily think that declaring that once the government legislates loss ratios, that good things happen to the patient, or that good things happen to the provider. How many of you know primary care physicians? Anybody in the room know a doctor? Those that know doctors, how many of them have come to you and said, you know what, ever since that Affordable Care Act passed back in 2010, things have been really great for us. We've made extra money, the burdens have come off of us. It's been really good for us healthcare providers since the Affordable Care Act passed. I have doctor friends, I haven't heard that. So then we have to ask ourselves, is the same thing going to happen once we start applying these same metrics to dental plans? Are we going to see that the only way for an insurance company to make money, once you mandate what a loss ratio has to be, if you tell insurance companies, colleagues, that they only get one slice of pie out of 12 slices, no matter what they do, the only way for them to make money is to build bigger pizzas. That's what this bill is going to do. The next bill that you see on this topic is going to say we need to legislate that it can only be 1/12 of the pie, 1/8 of the pie, 1/10 of the pie, whatever the number is. And when that bill is presented to you that says government declares you get 1 out of 12 pie slices, what I think you're going to see happen is insurance companies, in order to grow, are going to have to increase the size of the pie. And I think that's bad for premium payers. So what I'm seeing is a bill that concerns me because I think it's going to raise premiums. I think it's going to be bad for dentists in the long haul. And I'm certainly happy to work with colleagues on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of the issue, to address the real underlying problems within dental plans and look to address some of those. One of them, I've got an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L6?
Amendment L006
Senator
by
Smallwood.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And colleagues, one thing that is missing out of this bill is this bill looks like it's focusing, remember the title of this bill is concerning insurance carrier requirements for health coverage plans. That's the title of the bill. Concerning insurance carrier requirements for health coverage plans. What we have to remember is that insurance companies offer two different kinds of plans. They cover insured plans, they offer insured plans, and they offer what are called prepaid dental care plans. Many employers across our state offer both. Many of them offer them from the same insurance company, from the Delta Dentals of the world, from the Sun Lifes of the world, an insured plan right alongside a prepaid dental plan from the same insurance company. My fear is that these prepaid dental plans actually have worse loss ratios than the insured dental plans that this bill purports to want to have the insurance commissioner take a look at. And remember, we're only talking about dental under this, even though the title of the bill clearly says concerning insurance carrier requirements for health coverage plans. All we're looking at now is dental plans. So what I would ask for us to consider is including these prepaid dental plans as well. I don't think any of them should be looked at, but if we're going to spend 150 grand and look at any of them, I would really consider that we look at all dental plans. I would hope that the sponsors find this to be a friendly amendment that just makes the tent a little larger, as they say, and make sure that we're looping everybody in if we're going to have the commissioner take a look at it. And would ask for your aye vote on Amendment 6. Why would we have the insurance companies only have half their plans looked at by the commissioner?
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And colleagues, I am going to request a no vote on the amendment. I think there's a number of reasons why that it doesn't quite fit. As was referenced, the title of the bill specifically references insurance carriers, and the carrier has a very specific connotation in our statutes that essentially means that they are subject to the insurance laws and rules of Colorado, and that health, even the definition of health coverage plan, is specifically by a carrier. Prepaid plans go slightly beyond that scope, and so I do think it's possible that for a future piece of legislation that we should look at some regulation of these prepaid plans. I don't object to that, but I think it would require more conversation than is readily available in terms of including them in this bill. So I request a no vote on L006.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L006. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L006 is lost. Will the clerk please read? There is an amendment at the desk. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, appreciate that what I think was an explanation from the bill sponsor as to why including the rest of the insurance companies' plans is a bad idea. It sounds like a discussion for another day. But here's what we've got, colleagues. We've got a bill spending $150,000 of taxpayer money to take a look at if we should repeat the mistakes of the Affordable Care Act that we made on medical insurance which clearly have not made your premiums less expensive, have not stymied the profits of the free market or anything like that, and certainly, in my opinion, haven't boosted the reimbursement rates to any of the providers in any of our communities. Why we would want to repeat these amendments with dental care is beyond me, but I'll be a no vote. Vote as you see fit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, President Pro Tem. I was in Health and Human Services and heard this bill, and I guess I'm going to go a different direction than maybe some of my colleagues. I worked for an oral surgeon for 2 years. I worked for a periodontist for 3. And like medical patients, dental patients deserve a guarantee that the premium dollars they pay to insurers will be spent on their dental care. I am a proponent of dental care, and I am urging a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 179. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 179 is adopted. Will the clerk please read Senate Bill 005?
Senate Bill 5, Senators Hawkins, Lewis, and Cutter, concerning measures to expand the forestry workforce and in connection therewith directing the Colorado State Forest Service to develop educational materials for high school students about career opportunities in forestry and wildfire mitigation, creating a timber forest health and wildfire mitigation industries workforce development program to help fund internships in those industries, allocating general fund money to the Wildfire Mitigation Capacity Development Fund, authorizing the expansion and creation of forestry programs in the community college system and at Colorado Mountain College, and directing the State Board for Community Colleges and Occupational Education to administer a program to recruit wildland fire prevention and mitigation educators.
Very well, Zoe. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to move Senate Bill 005 and the committee report.
To the Agriculture and Natural Resource Committee report, Senator Cutter.
Thank you. We did a few things in that committee. One amendment moved the authority to determine the location for the forestry programs from the Community College Board and Colorado Mountain Colleges to the Colorado Commissions on Higher Education. And we did this in consultation with the Colorado State Forest Service, and just made conforming changes. And then we also defined state institutions of higher education to include the four-year institutions, community colleges, and local district colleges.
The motion is the adoption. Oh, Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, the other microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other amendment that we did was we included the State Board of Community Colleges and Occupational Education in the list of entities, and we expanded forestry programs from 2025 to 2027.
The motion is the adoption of the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations, they actually replaced state institution of higher education with public institution of higher education, and they also determined that the commission can determine the number of expanded or new programs.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We all know that as global temperature rises, with droughts, specifically wildfires, are increasing at an alarming rate, obviously seen in the recent Marshall Fire and other fires. And we believe that in Colorado, we're estimated to be 20 to 50% understaffed in peak wildfire season. So we must do everything we can to increase educational resources and the recruitment of our frontline firefighter heroes.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill was a result of our work, and I will mention it is a bipartisan result of our work in the Wildfire Matters Interim Committee, which is great. Lots of our work there is bipartisan, and that's one of the things I really enjoy about it. We have, this recommendation in particular came to us from the Forest Health Advisory Council, which I also have the honor of sitting on. This committee has been really active in helping identify resources and things we need to handle wildfire and forestry management. And we've done a lot to support wildfire mitigation and suppression and all those things. We all know it's a big problem. But when we do these programs, but we don't have the workforce, that is counterintuitive. That we don't have the workforce to do it, it's not going to be helpful. So this bill will really help do that through the local colleges and community colleges. We'll help train people, provide some equipment, special equipment for them to train on in the timber industry and mitigation and wildland firefighting. So we ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chair Pro Tem, I just have a question. What is a forestry harvesting simulator?
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
That is a great question, Mr. Minority Leader. The simulator is a training device that actually, it kind of is like when you're training to be a pilot. It's a simulator where they actually learn how to do some of the heavy equipment as firefighters. And more of the community colleges are going to simulators. They're doing it for nursing school. They're doing it for medical assistants and other folks. And they have now developed a simulator for firefighters.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 005. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 005 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 13?
Senate Bill 13, Senator Janal, concerning resources for fire investigations to enhance public safety and in connection therewith, prioritizing funding for wildland fire investigations.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pro Tem?
Whichever.
Chair? Mr. Chair? Mr. President? I move Senate Bill 13 and the Agriculture and Natural Resources and Appropriations Report.
To the Ag Committee report, Senator Janal.
Thank you. The Agriculture Committee changed the fire investigations from just wildland fires to also include structural, vehicle, and other fires. Wildland fires must be the first priority for use in the funding. I ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of the Ag Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Ag Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Janal.
Thank you. The Appropriations Committee made an annual appropriation from the General Assembly, and I ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Cutter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well.
19 of Colorado's largest wildfires have occurred in the last 2 decades. In 2020, Colorado had 1,080 fires that burned 625,300 acres in the same, 625,300 acres in the state, including Cameron Peak, East Troublesome, and Pine Gulch fires. And then, of course, there's the Marshall Fire. So there's really a lack of resources to assist local fire departments in investigating the causes and influences that create and fuel these fires. This was another interim committee bill, and, you know, we really talked a lot about having evidence-based approaches. If we know and understand what's causing these fires and provide the tools to help, help the fire community investigate them, then we can better understand how to protect our communities and prevent them. So that's just what this bill does. It provides funding for a more robust investigation department. Right now, I believe we have only one full-time investigator, fire investigator in the state. So this fixes that, and it's huge support from the firefighting community. So we hope we get your support as well.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 13. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 13 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 29?
Senate Bill 29, Senator Moreno, Representative Lindsay, concerning addressing disproportionate discipline in public schools.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 29, the Education and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Education Committee report, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, the Education Committee, The only thing that's actually left from the original bill is the legislative declaration. In the Education Committee, we did adopt a strike below amendment that essentially creates a task force in order to study this very important issue. This is a bill that's been referred by the Colorado Youth Advisory Council, and they got an incredible learning experience seeing what it's like to manage a piece of legislation through the process, and starting with a very ambitious goal in mind, but having to settle for something slightly more narrow. And so the youth got a great education. They've been really involved, been really impressed by their work with the working with the education stakeholders, and would request your support for the Education Committee report.
The motion is the adoption of the legislative declaration. Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Education Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee simply added the appropriation to the bill.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There is an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read L2?
Amendment L002 by Senator
Mr.
Moreno.
Majority Leader.
amend-
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L002.
To the amendment, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, there will be a series of amendments. All of them were requested by the Colorado Department of Education just to make some slight technical adjustments to how the task force will function and to change some of the timeline. And so L002 does that and slightly changes the task force to make sure that the Executive Director of the Department of Early Childhood or their designee is also part of this task force. I ask for your support for L002.
Motion is the adoption of L002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L002 is adopted. There is an amendment? At the desk, will clerk please read L3?
Amendment L003 by Senator Moreno.
Majority
amend the
Leader.
Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L003.
To the amendment, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, Amendment L003 just provides more specificity into the types of data that the task force should be looking at, and basically makes it explicit that they identify either legislative or administrative changes that are necessary in order to improve the environment of school discipline in our K-12 public schools.
Motion is the adoption of L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L003 is adopted. There is an amendment somewhere. At the desk, will the clerk please read L4?
Amendment L004 by Senator
Mr.
Moreno.
Majority Leader.
amend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L004.
To the amendment, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, Amendment L004 simply provides roll forward authority for the appropriation for the Department of Education.
Motion is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L004 is adopted. There's a member of the desk. Will the clerk please read L5?
Amendment L005 by Senator
Mr.
Moreno.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L005.
To the amendment, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, Amendment L005. Finally, the last amendment is really just a technical cleanup to the amending clause. I ask for your support.
Motion is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L005 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 29. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 29 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 31?
Senate Bill 31, Senators Danielson and Cutter, concerning improving older Coloradans' access to trained geriatric specialist health care providers.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 31 in the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Cutter. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee assigned the appropriations, sorry.
Amazing.
But we also made a slight change to ensure that the fiscal impact wouldn't increase several years out, just a slight error that my colleague and I made on drafting, and I urge an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Cutter. You didn't raise your hand.
Thank you. Let's see. I really want to thank Senator Danielson for inviting me to work on this really important issue with her. All of us have aging parents. I guess most of us have aging parents. And it's really important that we understand how to handle all the various issues that they're balancing. My mom, for example, is balancing a lot of health issues. She's had breast cancer 3 times. And is still on maintenance treatment, has had a stroke and multiple seizures. And currently she's dealing with chronic back pain. And all her medical advisors aren't often addressing all the problems, the big picture, and understanding how all these things work together. And I know many other people in similar situations with aging parents. So failure to address this is failing to plan and prepare to deal with our aging population. In 2020, 1.2 million Coloradans over 60 years of age will be over 60 years of age. That's 21% of the population. By 2040, it's estimated to be about 1.8 million and 25% of the population. And yet there's only 99 geriatricians in our state, people that understand all these issues and how all the different healthcare things work together. So this bill is really important, and Senator Danielson can explain a little more.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great to work with my colleague from Jefferson County on this bill. Colorado is a fantastic place to live, and because of that, more people are hoping to stay here as long as they wish. And so as part of an effort that the state legislature can take to ensure the independence and well-being of our older Coloradans, we should provide adequate medical care for them. Unfortunately, we are at a huge deficiency when it comes to geriatric specialized medical providers. So this bill works to address that shortfall. We'll create a training program, and then the added benefit of that training program is that the trainees become the trainers, so that more and more medical providers will be able to adequately treat older people. And that includes a lot of different kind of medical provision, dental, physician's assistants, different kinds of therapists. Across the board, we can enhance our medical provision for older people with medical providers who are specifically trained. And I think I would just add that if any of you or your loved ones have had the experience of either accompanying an older person or seeking medical care yourself, the difference between someone who's trained in geriatrics is night and day, and sometimes can mean life or death. We heard in committee from people who described the special treatment that they received when there was someone who was properly trained to treat an older person, whether that was proper medical care, better dental care, or even because we're including pharmacists in this bill, the difference when someone can identify a contraindication or someone who's being prescribed the wrong medicine. And so to that end, we hope to, across the board, increase medical care provision for older people, which will allow them to remain independent, healthy, living in independence with dignity as long as they see fit. And so I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 31.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 31. All those in favor say aye. Oh, wait a second. We have one more person to speak. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President Pro Tem. Well, I wasn't going to speak on this bill, but others seemed to think they had to speak a long time before they took a vote. So, you know, this bill is an example of one more example of a really good idea that most likely has already been addressed and implemented by our local school districts. But we're going to pass a bill. I have no doubt it'll pass. And we'll spend $300,000 and allocate a 0.3 FTE across at CDE. And if you look at the fiscal note, I want to make sure I have the right one because there's been like 2 of them at least. You see that the bill creates a special discipline task force in CDE. I don't know where they house all these things across the street. That building must be busting at the seams with every task force and committee. We had one last night, got another one now. To study and make recommendations regarding school discipline policies, state and local discipline reporting requirements, and local engagement. And it specifies the composition of the task force. I don't want people to be suffering flashback, so I won't engage in that exercise once again. I read, and I hadn't had a time to pull it up, but I read I read an article in the Denver Post all about this issue and highlighting all the records of various districts.
Senator Gardner, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to make sure we're referencing the correct bill. We're on Senate Bill 31 concerning improving older Coloradans' access to trained geriatric special health care providers.
Okay, we voted on 29. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 31. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 31 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 54?
Senate Bill 54, Senator Danielson, concerning the duties of the Office of Liaison for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. We are on Senate Bill 54, concerning the Office of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives, which, as you all know, is no laughing matter. And so, Mr. Chair, I move Senate Bill 54 and the committee reports.
To the Judiciary Committee report, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During the committee, we made some accommodations for the different stakeholders around the table. We had a really good discussion, heard a lot of great testimony from community members, and I urge an aye vote on the committee report.
The motion is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Appropriations Committee report.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Last year, the state of Colorado established the Office of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives. And we took a really bold step forward to address a crisis that our state has been in for quite some time. Unfortunately, our Indigenous friends and neighbors are met with the most violence, the most instances of kidnapping, the most instances of violent murder, rape, sexual assault of any group of people in the state of Colorado, and quite frankly, across the country. So while it was overdue to establish the office last year, we're really proud that we were able to do that, because finally the state of Colorado took a step forward to say, we are not going to accept this anymore as the status quo. We are not going to rely on the community members themselves to take this upon themselves to fight this crisis on their own. It's going to be something that we all across the state embrace and address together. In the time since its implementation, there have already been several cases of Indigenous Coloradans who have gone missing. And I think it averages out to be about 1 per week. So when we came to you last year to explain the problem and the need to address it, we're seeing it now in the response from the office. But since its implementation, we have also identified some ways that we could improve things. We could have a better response to the community themselves, so the actual interaction with the families, as they unfortunately will inevitably have to go through this again. More resources for people on the ground, more resources for this, this incredible office that really, we need it to succeed. And right now, there are some places where it's not succeeding 100%. Some have asked, what is the urgency here? It's only been in existence for a short time. And to those people, I would say, perhaps you haven't sat with a family member while they are informed of the progress of a case, or I should say probably more likely, waiting for information about a case. Perhaps you haven't been to a vigil where unfortunately we have to mourn the loss of one of our community members. Perhaps you haven't been in the shoes of the people that we're talking about. And I'm glad that you haven't had to have that experience, but you shouldn't have to have that experience to understand the urgency with which we should respond to the places where the office needs some improvement. Because I don't want another family member to sit waiting and feel like they're not being given the information they need. I don't want another community-driven search party to be functioning on their own because the police department didn't respond quickly enough. I don't want there to be another 5-day lapse before somebody goes missing and the alert is issued. These are life and death, these are life and death things that the office is meant to do in a timely manner that properly serves the community, that could prevent another vigil. I want to commend the office for the work that they've done well, but I also know that a lot of the work that has been done when another community member goes missing is done on behalf of volunteer members of the community. The MMIR task force, which is volunteer, completely volunteer-driven. We want to see this new office succeed, but we don't want to wait another year to have that happen. The community knows what they need, just like they did last year. And so we come to you with this bill, improving the office, strengthening the office to, in an adequate amount of time, respond to the already identified shortfalls of the thing we created last year. And that's okay. The community has said this is what we want, this is what we need, and I trust them, first of all, because I've seen it, and now that I've been with some of these families, I have seen it firsthand. But secondly, I don't need to be sitting in their shoes. I can inherently empathize, and I trust the community to know that this is the right way forward. And I want to thank you all very much for your support of the bill last year that established the office, because it was a very bold step forward. But like we admitted last year when we celebrated the signage of the bill into the law, we acknowledged that it was just a first step. It wasn't, I even hasten to use the word celebration, just given the topic. But it was a really, really good thing that happened. It just wasn't the end. It was a first step forward. So here we are with step number 2. And so I ask today for your aye vote on Senate Bill 54.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption. Senator Danielson. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? L8.
Amendment L008 by Senator Danielson, amend the Judiciary Committee report dated March 1st, 2023, page 1, line 6, strike public.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This addresses the concerns that the community and the tribes brought following the committee hearing, and I urge an aye vote on Amendment L008.
Please move the amendment.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L008.
It's a proper motion. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L008. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L008 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And front desk staff, I'm sorry if I need to incur a fine, but I just wanted to draw your attention, members. There's a number of community leaders sitting in the chamber today who have joined us for this vote, who are also testifying later today. I want to offer them my sincere gratitude and acknowledge you for your efforts, what you've been through with this bill, what you've continued to go through, what you will go through, and know that now this state, this Senate, this chamber is standing with you today, and we pledge to do so into the future. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 54. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 54 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 111?
Senate Bill 111, Senator Rodriguez, Representative Woodrow, concerning public employees' workplace protection.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to lay over Senate Bill 111 to tomorrow, April 14th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 111 to tomorrow, April 14th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 111 will lay over to tomorrow, Friday, April 14th. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 166?
Senate Bill 166, Senators Cutter, Nexum, Representatives Froelich and Belasco, concerning the establishment of a Wildfire Resiliency Code Board and in connection therewith requiring the Wildlife Resiliency Code Board to adopt model codes and requiring governing bodies with jurisdiction in an area within the wildland-urban interface to adopt codes that meet or exceed the standards set forth in the model codes.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you. I'd like to move Senate Bill 23166 and the Appropriations and Committee Report.
To the Local Government and Housing Committee report, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You'll hear more in a little bit about how much stakeholding work we did on this bill, a lot. And so this, we did a pretty detailed amendment in response to concerns from CML, CCI, ICC, the international, the people who govern codes, building codes, and the fire chiefs and the Nature Conservancy. Oh, and the Colorado Home Builders. We've been as responsive as we possibly could to those entities. So this amendment and the amendments we adopted in the committee really have to do with just refining some of the definitions around defensible space. Oh, and for the realtors, defining when these codes happen, at the point of sale or building, or when the building permit is pulled. So it's when the building permit is pulled. Also, refining language around remodels and when it actually, triggers the code for those things, substantial remodels. So just a lot of tiny, definitions and board issues to make sure that we were being thoughtful and responsive to all the stakeholders.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of local government and housing. Senator Kirkmeyer.
This is committee report.
Local Government and Housing Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Local Government and Housing Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriation Committee report, Senator Cutter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just appropriated the appropriate portion of money.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriation Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriation Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
No, let's just do that. Hold on. Is that okay?
To the
Okay.
bill. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have been working on this policy for a really long time. This board is made up of many people from all over the state. As I said, we've tried to be really responsive to everyone's voice and make sure that we actually craft a board that can really create a thoughtful code for every single part of the state. The board will be responsible for defining high-risk areas in the wildland-urban interface and standardizing a minimum code based on best practices for local governments to adopt. It's been in process for many months, if not years, coming through the Fire Commission and some initial work that they did to identify the problem. With this bill, we have a much better opportunity to draw down BRIC grants for wildfire. And there's a lot of data that demonstrates that this is one of the very, very best ways we can prevent fires from devastating our state. A minimum code is hugely impactful, and it saves $4 for every $1 invested at the very least. We've got data too that says it can provide up to $8 in benefits for each dollar spent. So for many, many reasons, we're excited to bring in this bill, and it is robustly supported by the fire chiefs, and in my opinion, that's the most important audience here because they're the ones we ask to risk their lives every day and take care of our community.
Senator Battalion Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, some people are worried about the building new homes would meet minimum standards, safety standards, will raise costs of construction, which I was worried about too. This is why we were glad to find several research papers done by Headwaters Economics, which shows a new home built in wildfire resistive codes can be constructed roughly for the same cost as a typical home. Even having a letter of support from Fire Adapted Colorado, they write, while the cost of doing nothing is exuberant, the cost of building safer from the start is minimal and often more affordable than building with highly combustible materials. And lastly, Mr. Chair, I'll talk about other people were worried about these codes would raise the cost of insuring homes in the wildland interface area. But that doesn't make any sense. If more homes in the area are built with higher safety standards, that makes the area safer, which makes the area easier to insure, which lowers the insurance costs. And even we have a letter from the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies supporting this bill. They say, we salute your legislation to establish the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code Board by adopting model codes and requiring governing bodies within the WUI to adapt codes that meet or exceed the board's model codes. You're sending the message that prevention is the first step in resisting catastrophic damage in wildfires. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer. Senator Gonzalez. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? L18.
Amendment L01A.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L18 to Senate Bill 166.
Proper motion to L18. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My family has land that my mom was born on, that's been in our family for generations. And in 2018, when the spring fire, at the time, the third largest fire in the state of Colorado, in 2018, when that fire engulfed tens of thousands of acres across southern Colorado, Costilla, Huerfano counties, and devastated the communities there. My family's ranch was the fire line. Seeing the impact that fire had on the community then, and seeing how difficult it has been for such a working class, such a economically devastated community to rebuild has been really remarkable for me to witness. It is with that insight that I listened with interest to my colleagues, and I want to thank my colleagues for the work that they have done and in bringing forward this bill, the incredible amount of stakeholder input that they have received in crafting this policy. My one reason that I wanted to bring forward L18 for consideration, the reason for which I ask an aye vote, is because I understand and recognize that there are regional differences in what may be considered to be affordable in a community like my family's down in Huerfano County versus a community, say, on the I-70 corridor or, say, on the Eastern Plains. And it is my hope and intention that through this amendment, which basically inserts regional differences in affordability, density, and existing building and property maintenance codes into one of the considerations to be taken into account, I want to make sure that that flexibility exists within the WUI in the same ways that it exists when we think about affordable housing in the state of Colorado. We recognize that what is considered to be affordable in Denver may look different than in a rural resort community or in a suburban community or in a rural community. It is with that lens that I bring forward this amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, we have worked with the good senator from Denver, and this is a friendly amendment, so we ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L18. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L18 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L17?
Amendment L017 by Senator
Senator
Roberts.
Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L017.
To the amendment, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I offer L017 as a amendment to make sure that one of the code professionals on the code board is an architect with experience in wildfire architecture design. We heard a lot of testimony in committee about the experience that these architects have with helping with fire-resistant home building and other design, and this would be an important voice on the board. I'd ask for an aye vote and thank the sponsors for their collaboration on this.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate the good senator from Avon in weighing in on part of the board, and we believe this is a friendly amendment and ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L17. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L17 is adopted. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to 23-166. Here we go. Do this. Members, this is just another attempt. Well, it's not even an attempt. It's another grab at local control. This is preempting local control. This is the state, the General Assembly saying, we know better than you, local governments. That's just absurd. I don't know if people actually read through all the bills, but I did read through this bill, and I know a lot of you do. But when you go to where it talks about the powers and the duties of the board, it's the mission of the board to ensure that the Colorado communities are safer from and more resilient to wildfires by reducing the risk to people and property through the adoption of statewide codes and standards based on their best practices, approaches to hardening structures, and mitigating vegetation. And it goes on a little bit further. This is a really broad overreach by the state. And I know there was discussion that said, well, we talked to everybody and, made it sound like everyone likes this bill. CML is still opposed unless it's amended. Because again, this bill preempts local control. I mean, how absurd to think that a state board we believe that a state board, how absurd that members of the General Assembly don't believe that local elected officials are not responsible and they're okay with jeopardizing both property and lives and the safety of their constituents. That's what this is saying. Local government, you can't determine a code to protect property, to protect lives, so we're just going to have to do that for you at the state because you're irresponsible. So we're going to preempt your local control. We're going to preempt the whole process of where you go through an ordinance. In the case of Will County, we have a Building Trades Advisory Committee. Local governments are required to adopt the International Fire Code, the International Electrical Code, the building codes. They're required to adopt all those things. They send that to, in our case in Will County, we would send that to the Building Trades Advisory Board, which is made up of engineers, architects, electricians, plumbers, fire people. They look at it, make sure that the local government code is appropriate and protects property, saves lives, doesn't put anybody in jeopardy. It then goes through a public process. Something that this doesn't happen with this board. There is no public process here with this board where the public, who normally has access to their local elected officials, who normally gets notice, has an understanding of where they can go and find out what's going to be in the new code, how much it is going to cost them more. But not with this. This, again, cuts out the public.
Because apparently we don't think it's important to ever hear from the public or to make sure that they're aware of things going on in their local community. So again, how absurd. Members of the General Assembly don't believe that local officials are responsible enough to take into account lives and property of their constituents. And let me just kind of go on further, because if you go on to page 9 and you look on lines 17 through 19, says that the code initially has to be adopted by the board no later than July 1st of 2025. And then it says, here's the part that I really just don't get, having been a former local elected official, that it may be updated or supplemented by the board not more than once every 3 years. So let me just read that again. Not more than once every 3 years, the board, the state board, may update or supplement the code, but not more than once every 3 years. I already mentioned it. Electrical code, fire code, building code. They all don't come out in the same year. The International Fire Code, the International Electric Code, the Building Code, they all get updated by fire chiefs, by electricians, by architects, by people who are in the trade. They all get updated on different time frames. So you could be, as a local official, dealing with in this case, maybe a 2021 electrical code, a 2020 building code, and a 2022 fire code. But the state code won't get updated, not more than once every 3 years. That's absurd. That is not looking out for and working to protect citizens, protect their lives, and protect their property. No flexibility, no update, only once every 3 years. And it's a maybe. It's not a shall, it's a maybe. Maybe we'll update the code when a new electrical code comes out. Maybe we'll update the code when a new fire code out. But not more than once every 3 years. So CML is opposed to this bill, to 166. The layering of state-mandated building codes will increase the cost of housing in areas that are already experiencing a housing crisis. Go research it, go look at it, go ask the people of the Marshall Fire how much more it costs them to rebuild their homes. Go ask. Local control over building codes and land use codes is necessary and appropriate for local governments to be able to properly respond to the unique needs of their own communities. I know you can try writing a state code and have provisions in it, I guess, for the wildland interface area, urban interface area in Jefferson County, which might be different than what's occurring up in one of the mountain counties. Might be totally different for what's occurring down in Huerfano County, where Levita Pass is, down that way. I don't know how you address a one-size-fits-all statewide code that you're only going to be able to update maybe once every 3 years for the entire state. That's irresponsible. That is the state saying, we're going to define the character of your neighborhood, and we're going to tell you what everything needs to be in your local government, because your local officials aren't doing their job. Every time the state wants to preempt local control, what we're saying here is, locals, you're not doing your job, you're not responsible. State-mandated costs or codes and enforcement do not take into account the resources available to different communities. The legislature, through this bill, delegating broad and vague authority to an unelected board that local communities will have minimal to no input on. Many municipalities already put in place programs and codes to address the threat of wildfire in their communities. We had this discussion before. I don't have the list in front of me right now, but I can get it. we can find out which counties, which municipalities in a wildland urban interface area don't have a code, don't have a building code or an electric code or a fire code, don't have any of that in place. I don't really know of any that there is. Under the provisions of this bill, municipalities would have to appeal their programs, these programs, to the board if they don't fully align with the minimum codes set by a state board. That's extremely burdensome and costly and time-consuming. And it's an unproductive use of municipal resources and staff time. But more importantly, the public just loses access to their local elected official who sets these codes. They also lose the opportunity for understanding, because we got some state board off someplace, probably somewhere in the Denver metro area, because I doubt they're going to be down in Levita, or that they're going to be in, I don't know, up in Eagle. Maybe they won't go to a Steamboat. I don't know. That isn't typically what happens when the state gets together. They like to get together where they're located, which might be in Jefferson County, might be in Denver someplace, but in this metro area, they lose access. They lose information. They lose the ability to understand what's going on in their community and understand how that impacts them and what else they can do to affect it. They lose that. That's what we do every time we say, oh, the state can do a better job than local governments. When the state didn't bother to go check what codes are in effect right now with municipalities and counties.
Before we go to the amendment, members, I would just ask that we be thoughtful about utilizing certain language and making sure we're sticking to the bill. I know we don't intend to impugn motives, but sometimes it can be taken in that context. There's an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read L19?
Amendment L019.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment 119.
Senator Kirkmeyer, please move L19.
Get ready to. Sorry.
It's okay.
Get ready to. Mr. Chair, I move L019.
To the amendment, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L019, 19, Amendment 19. What this amendment does, basically, is it says that if a local governing body who's within the jurisdiction where there is a wildland urban interface that has the authority to adopt building codes or fire codes, but if they haven't adopted a code to address hardening of structures, reduction of fire risk in the defensible spaces surrounding structures, if they haven't adopted a code, then at that point, they shall adopt the code that the state board has come up with, essentially. So what this says is, local governments, if you haven't done your job, because it is their job to address this, to adopt building codes, fire codes, whatever's necessary for their community. That is their job. So what this is basically saying is, local government, if you've done your job, you're good to go. But if you don't do your job, then you have to adopt the state code, which makes perfect sense. There are maybe some communities that don't have a code. And again, I didn't research it all. I can't tell you for certain. I'm pretty sure that a lot of communities, though, especially after they've had fires in their communities, have adopted codes. I know every community, municipality and county, have to adopt a fire code. They have to look at the international building codes, fire codes, and electric codes, and they have to adopt them. And they have to update that adoption. So they can't go 10 years. They can't have a 2013 code in place, international code in place. They have to do this. We already require that in law. But let's say they haven't gone as far as maybe the state board is going, and they haven't adopted a fire code yet, or a building code yet, and maybe they need the additional resource. This is actually where the state can be a partner instead of a hammer. This is where the state can say, look, we're going to put together a model code, we're going to put a basic code together, and local government, if you don't have the resources to really work it out, you can take our code and you can go through your local process, have a public hearing, let everybody talk about it, and then adopt the state code or make modifications that work for the character of your neighborhood and work for your constituents. What this also says is we're not going to mandate a state building code or state fire code. I urge an aye vote on Amendment 19.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I would also encourage an aye vote on this amendment. I just want to very quickly point out what it does, because what the amendment is suggesting that we do is that if you go to page 14 of the bill, it's asking to strike lines 16 through 18, which is one sentence. The sentence that it's asking to strike is a governing body with jurisdiction in an area within the wildland-urban interface, WUI, shall adopt a code that meets or exceeds the minimum standards set forth in the codes. So I think that we agree that that would be a good thing. I know I would agree that it's important that we address some standards, in particular around the WUI, and I do not disagree with the intent or the desire to put together some protections and some better planning around these things, because it's important. People can lose their lives, their houses, their livelihoods, all sorts of things. What the amendment does is it says we're going to strike that one line, lines 16 through 18, one sentence, and we're going to amend it. And we're going to instead insert a governing body with jurisdiction in an area within the wildland-urban interface, so far this is identical, that has the authority to adopt building codes or fire codes, but has not adopted codes or standards. So we're getting at, there are some who've already done it, and there are others who have not. Perhaps they don't have the authority or they have not bothered to get around to it, so whatever. But if it is in an area in which they have not adopted standards to address the hardening of structures and reduction of fire risk in the defensible space surrounding structures in the wildland-urban interface, shall, so this would be a mandate, adopt a code that meets or exceeds the minimum standards set forth in the codes, and that is a duplication of the lines that are being struck here as well, within 3 months of the board adopting the codes in accordance with this section. So I don't see this as being an unfriendly amendment. I see this as being a more workable way to accomplish the same thing, that it provides flexibility for the local municipalities, but at the same time, it's stepping it up and it's mandating that if you don't have this in place, then you have to put it in place. But it's mandating it in a way that I think is much more responsive to the needs of the local communities. So again, taking out one sentence that is largely duplicated in this amendment and adding more restrictions, mandating that they put together a code that will address the fire risk that we believe is important to address, but doing it in such a way that provides the necessary flexibility. And so for those reasons, I would encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for sharing that amendment, and I appreciate the discussion, but I want to just clarify a few things. I represent one of the counties at the highest risk in the state, and I'm proud to say that my county and most of my electeds are really in support and in fact have led the charge on this. This is a matter of statewide concern. Fire affects us all and knows no boundaries. We are responsible to one another and making sure our communities are safe. We ask firefighters to go and help on fires that are not, not in their community. We have a mutual aid system, and we ask them to go out and put their lives on the line all the time, and this is what they're asking us to do. There's billions of dollars in damage that affects all of us throughout the state, no matter where the fire occurs. There's significant impacts to the health of our people, our economy, our watersheds, our forests. These things affect all of us. So this bill will ensure that the houses and communities in the WUI can better withstand fires and hopefully drive these destructive costs down. But the standard minimum code, a standard minimum code, is the key to making this work. And I want to clarify, there are public hearings. There are 3 public hearings, at least 3 public hearings throughout the state. We're going to hear more on that on one of the amendments. And we may update every 3 years is just meaning that we don't have to update it if nothing significant has changed. There's a lot of, the WUI, the definition of the WUI and wildfire threat is rapidly changing because of climate change. So we want to be sure that they're checking in and making sure they're keeping the code up to the date and being responsive to conditions, but they may not need to change it, and that's okay because that's less impact on the communities adopting the building codes if they don't have to change it. So members, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can appreciate where the sponsors are coming from on this bill because I share those concerns. I too represent that exact same county that was referenced by the sponsor of the bill. So I understand that this is an urgent matter. I also understand that we have had a task force that has been in place to look at these issues. Last year, this issue came up. It came up at the end of session. It came up in a hurried manner where we were trying to jump to action and insert some of these provisions into other bills. And so I, for one, appreciate the fact that this is a standalone bill, that we have had the opportunity to talk about this bill, and that what happened in the past is not repeating. However, I do want to stress a couple of things that if we are not to move forward with this amendment, then I'm left wondering, how is it that this bill then is going to interact with other codes that the state is coming up with? Are we going to take 2 different approaches? What about like the green energy codes? Or what about some of the proposals that are coming forward in another land use bill? I know that we, as a body, negotiated pretty heavily on those green energy codes, and to say that when communities were ready to adopt building codes, they could. And this was a negotiation. It was tough, and it wasn't easy. We had a desire to do something that we felt was going to benefit our environment, but we had a ways to get there with our current practice. And so we came together and we adopted an approach where we could implement them as we went along, as when the codes were coming up with that made more sense, where we could get more buy-in, where we could get more feedback. It was a much more collaborative process. And I am concerned that in this bill, in particular, if we do not accept this amendment, that we would be triggering provisions that would require them to adopt codes by a certain date. And I just feel pretty strongly that we need more flexibility and we need more interaction with the communities in which this is going to apply, so that we can come together in the same way that we have on other issues that apply to codes in our state. So again, I would urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I'm just going to point out, on page 9, what I was talking about earlier, line 17 starts, be initially adopted by the board, so that's the code, no later than July 1, 2025, and may be updated or supplemented by the board not more than once every 3 years. So they may update it
but not more than once every 3 years. So if they update it in 2024, they can't update again until 2027. That's what that means. It doesn't mean that they could update at any time. It means they can only update once every 3 years, maybe, if they want to. And I just got done telling you, the International Building Code, the International Electric Code, and the International Fire Code are all not updated in the same year. So you could end up having an updated fire code, International Fire Code, that cities and counties are required to work to update their code based on the new International Fire Code that comes out, yet the board may have already updated their code, and so they wouldn't be able to update based on a new fire code, an international fire code. There's also no provision in here for variances or appeals. What is a property owner supposed to do in certain cases? There may be an instance with a fire, wipes out a person's property. They built their home in 1972, and now they have to deal with codes 2023 or 2025. They may not have the required setbacks. Their property lines may have been adjusted. The house that they had is now going to cost them 3, 4, 5 times more than what it did. Who knows? They have no opportunity to get a variance. They have no opportunity to even have any discussion with regard to the code that is being decided that's going to mandate what happens on their property. The other thing that's in this law, it talks about that on substantial remodels must be defined in the board's rules and must include increasing the footprint of a structure by 25% or more. That could be in direct conflict with the code that they were permitted under. Now what's going to happen? They have to take it to court? Because we decided a statewide code was the best way to go? When we have local governments who have a responsibility to have a building code, a fire code, there's a mandate. There's already a state law that says they have to have these codes in place. They have to look at them, adhere to them. Every year, as a former local elected official, we would meet with up to 22 fire chiefs to talk about our code, our fire code and our building code. That's what happens. That's what happens at the local level. So trying to usurp local control is not a good idea. Amendment 19 basically says, local governments, you need to have a code. If you have your code, you're good. If you don't have a code, then you have to adopt the state code. I think that's a responsible way of approaching it without hitting them over the head. I urge an aye vote on Amendment 19.
Senator Cutter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify a few points. First of all, page 9, line 26 directs the board to establish a process for appeals. That's really important, and we know that's really important, and we worked hard to craft language around that. Also, let's see, we worked with ICC to acknowledge and synthesize with other codes. That is addressed in the bill. We don't intend to create additional difficulties, and we've made sure we did not. If your local code meets the minimum standards, then you're fine. And there are 3 people on the board who are experts in codes so that they can help sort of navigate that process so there's not an overlap or duplicative efforts or any confusion. So again, we ask for your no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Just want to point out, page 9, line 26 does say establish criteria and a process for the board to deny or grant an appeal from a decision by the board. This has to do with the governing body. They have to establish a process by which a governing body may petition the board for a modification to the code, and then they have to establish a criteria in case there's an appeal and it's denied or granted. They can deny or grant an appeal. That's one portion of it, and thank you for pointing that out. I'm talking about the property owner. What do they get to do? Their property was just destroyed. Their home was just destroyed. They've lived there for 30, 40 years. They built under a code that's 30 or 40 years old. They now will have a substantial change because their property's gone. They've got to come in, and they're going to have to meet the new code. A new code decided by a state board. And if they needed a variance, because of the situation of where their property is, how it's situated on their property, where the buildable space is, they can't get a variance. That's not allowed in here.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion's adoption of L19. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L19 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read L14?
Amendment L014 by
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L014.
Very good motion to move L14. Please tell us about L14, Senator Pelton B.
So L14 is, what happens is there's a board in here that we've talked about extensively. And one of the things that this amendment does is that it forces the board to meet outside of Denver. So it actually, it says that the board cannot update or supplement to the codes pursuant to subsection 4B of this section until at least 3 statewide public hearings have been held, including one at least held in the location west of the Continental Divide, and at least 1 hearing held in the location east of the Continental Divide, and either south of El Paso County's southern border or east of Arapahoe County's eastern border. So that's what this does. I want to thank the bill sponsors. I think this is like my 6th or 7th amendment that I've given them to consider, and I really appreciate them working with me to go ahead and work with me to have this amendment on this bill.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the good senator from Sterling for working with us, and we consider this a friendly amendment and ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
The motion is the adoption of L14. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L14 is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title to L10?
Amendment L010 by
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L010.
To L010, Senator Pelton.
Thank you. So what this amendment does, and we've had lots of discussions about it, and the reason why this is so important to me, what this amendment does is it says that it does not have a negative, in section D on the, I think it was page, let me find the page number real quick. Page 9, after line 16, it talks about the code being generated, about applying for permits and inspection for new construction. And basically what this does is that this letter D, it says it not to have a negative fiscal impact for any energy component of the codes that are environmentally focused. And one of the things that that concerns me, being a master electrician and working in construction for 25 years, is the increase of costs on construction, and especially if there is several codes put on those entities. And I realize that the sponsors did do their research. I understand that, but this is coming from my experience in this, and I have to tell you, when I used to when I was wiring houses up in Pickens County, and they did have environmental codes on those houses, it raised it dramatically. And the cost of those houses were raised dramatically for us to wire them. And that's why I'm asking for this amendment. And I appreciate an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This does not deal with environmental codes. This is dealing with welfare codes, and we've put lots of things in the bill to discuss cost, and we ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on this amendment, L10, the motion is the adoption of L10. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L10 is lost. There's a member at the desk. Will the clerk please read L20?
Amendment L020 by Senator Kirkmeyer, amend printed bill, page 16, after
Senator
like.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L020.
To the amendment, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, again, this goes back to my discussion with what was on page 9 about how often this code will get updated. What this amendment says is that, and it will be inserted after line 6 on page 16. Oops. And it says that notwithstanding any subsections of this section, of subsections 2 and 3 of this section, a governing body may modify their codes even if the modification will make the governing body's codes less stringent than the codes, as long as the modifications address the matters that are covered within this bill and that the governing body determines that such modifications are necessary to reduce hazards to persons and avoid conflicts with applicable zoning ordinances. So again, this is back to, if the state board isn't updating their code, if they're only updating their code once every 3 years, there are changes that occur in the International Electric Code, in the International Fire Code, and in the International Building Code. This would allow a local government to modify their code in the meantime, in the in-between years, to ensure that the modifications are necessary to reduce hazards to persons and avoid conflicts with applicable zoning ordinances. I urge an aye vote on L020.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. This amendment, unlike the other one, doesn't take anything out. It leaves everything the way that it is. It just adds to the bill. And it adds to the bill by pointing out that there are some instances where if we recognize that substantial work that communities have already put in, that it wouldn't require them to go back to the board. I also think otherwise, if your codes are a little different and you have to go back and ask for an appeal after they've already spent the money and the resources developing their codes, that this actually doesn't help us in the long run because it slows down the process of getting those codes in place. And what's most important here is we want to make sure that there are protections in place, that those protections are well thought out, that the communities are bought into those protections, that we are looking at considerations of modifications that may possibly be needed, and we don't want to slow down, and we want to make sure that we're avoiding conflicts. So I think that this is a good addition to the bill, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would ask for a no vote on this amendment. It's basically allowing the local government, it's an opt-out, allowing local government to adopt less stringent codes as long as they consider all the relevant factors. But that's not the purpose of the bill, and so we are requesting a no vote.
Seeing no further, Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, I'm going to come up here with some of my experience as an electrician. You know, our code book changes every 3 years. I have to recertify every 3 years. And one of the things that I just wanted to make sure of is I love this amendment because it makes those exceptions in there to be able to have some flexibility. And I appreciate about this amendment, and I think that when you're in the trades and you understand building codes, I mean, you really need flexibility in order to make stuff affordable and easier to work with. So I appreciate this amendment, and I ask for an aye vote on 020.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L20. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L20 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L16?
Amendment L016 by Senator Exum, amend printed bill, page 8, line 17, strike existing model codes, page 9, line 4, after impact.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L016.
To L016, Senator Exum.
Yes, this just allows the board to consider some additional things on page 9, line 4. There's several things that they consider that's impacting these changes, and we're inserting to include existing model codes, and we ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of L16. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Surprisingly, L16 is adopted. There's an amendment somewhere here at the desk. Will the clerk please read L12?
Amendment L012 by
Cutter.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L012.
To L012, Senator Cutter.
This just clarifies the board makeup. Instead of saying someone from the state at large, we're going to substitute someone from a municipality and a county that prior to September 30th, 2023 has adopted a code that provides minimally for wildfire resilient structures and best practices. So we're just adjusting the board composition to include somebody with hands-on relevant experiences is included. And I ask for your support.
The motion is the adoption of L12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L12 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 166. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, 166 is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1009.
The motion is to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1009. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll proceed out of motion to hear House Bill 1009. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1009?
House Bill 1009, Representative Lindsay, Senator Moreno, concerning measures to improve services for students who use substances and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1009.
It's a proper motion, seeing all kinds of discussion. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Chairman.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I tell you what, the other senator from El Paso County had the opportunity to walk through this bill a couple of times last night. I did not get an opportunity to walk through this bill a couple of times last night, and I think I'm going to pass on the opportunity to walk through this bill a couple of times. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. Well, I'm disappointed in the best senator from Monument, but as I looked at this bill, thought about it once again, considered the review, and realized that all of you would probably feel a little like it was Groundhog Day. I have nothing else to say about it.
Senator Pelton balanced. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L006?
Amendment L006 by
Senator
Pelton.
Pelton.
I move L006.
To the amendment, Senator Pelton.
Yes, all this amendment does is that it just pays per diem to the people that are going to be on the, except it pays the per diem And just reimburses the people that are, or the members that are on the committee that are entitled to reimbursement. That's that's all this is.
Any discussion on L006?
It's a good amendment. It was Rod's.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of L006. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The ayes have it. And L006 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of 1009. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, I think. And 1009 is adopted. What's next? Yeah. 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 Will the clerk please read a title to Senate Bill 167?
Senate Bill 167, Senators Winter F. and Will, Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning the regulation of certified midwives by the State Board of Nursing.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 167 in the Associated Committee Report from Health and Human Services.
To the Health and Human Services
And
Committee report, Senator Winter.
In appropriations, they made the appropriation, and I encourage yes vote.
The motion is the adoption of the H&H Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Health and Human Services Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I talked about the Appropriations Committee report first. So we did do the appropriations, and in committee, we just made some clarifying amendments that you could be a nurse and a certified midwife. So I encourage a yes vote on both reports.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 167. All those in favor say, oh, there's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L002?
Amendment L002.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L002.
To L002, Senator Winter.
This is just some clarifying technical language about registered nursing and midwives.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L002. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, L002 is adopted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 167. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 167 is adopted.
The next bill, too.
Okay. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1077?
House Bill 1077, Representative Wilford and Garcia, Senators Winter F. Hawkes Lewis, concerning a requirement to obtain a patient's informed consent before performing an intimate examination of the patient under specified circumstances and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that 1077 be laid over until Monday.
The motion is to lay over 1077 until Monday. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1077 will be laid over until Monday. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 206?
Senate Bill 206 by Senator Winter and Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Sirota, concerning information about radon and residential real property transactions.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 206 and the associated report from Housing Local Government.
To Local Government and Housing Committee report, Senator Winter.
Thank you. We did many updates to that bill to make it easier to implement on behalf of our realtors, and I encourage yes vote.
The motion is the adoption of the Local Government and Housing Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Local Government Housing Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Seeing Senator Winter.
Do you want to move L008?
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L008?
Amendment
Senator
L008.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L008.
To L008, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was an amendment, and very thankful to our sponsor here. She was willing to work with the realtors to help work this amendment out. And essentially what it does is it says that each contract, oh, that's fine. Sorry. Yeah. This one isn't working. Yes. Sorry. That's why I made that one over. Okay. This amendment simply says that the notification, the disclosure will be in each contract of sale for residential real property, and it has to contain the language that is in the bill and put it in the contract in bold form. Again, this was a amendment that very grateful to the sponsor for helping us work out, and urgent aye vote on L008.
The motion is the adoption of L008. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L008 is adopted. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to come up and I think echo a lot of the words and thank the sponsor for the work that she's done. Did you already give her the? Did you give her the packet? Mr. President, I move Amendment L010.
Before you move, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L010?
Amendment L010.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment L010.
To L010, Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, echo this. Thank the sponsor. What this amendment does, members, is brings in the warranty of habitability into the equation. Also, after January 1st, 2026, the lease agreement can't be broken on any leases for a year or less. And I believe I moved the amendment, but if I didn't, I moved the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L10. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L10 is adopted. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in opposition to 206, and I want to clarify why. Because from a policy standpoint, from the health standpoint, I understand the risks of radon. I do. I believe in the potential health impacts that it has, but I wanted to make sure that everyone knew why I was voting no and I am opposed to 206. It's because this bill, along with about a dozen others in regards to owner-tenant bills, is only going to increase the cost for rentals. This bill, 206, is going to increase costs for tenants and decrease the amount of affordable housing that's available. So I rise in opposition of 206.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I encourage a yes vote on 206. This is about disclosure of radon. This is not mandating testing. This is not mandating mitigation. All this is simply doing is saying if you've done a radon test and you know that radon exists, when there's a real estate transaction or a lease agreement, that you get notified of that radon, and then you can proceed with that knowledge as you move forward. Radon is a silent, odorless gas that causes cancer. It's the #1 cause of lung cancer in non-smoking adults and the #2 cause of lung cancer overall. Colorado has a higher rate of radon due to our soil level and is a silent and deadly killer. And we've seen in other states that have passed these laws, when there is disclosure, when there's education, when more people are testing for radon, it saves lives. And that's why I encourage yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 206. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 206 is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion for the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, the committee will rise and report.
in the Air Force. We had much better food.
I would find reasons to route our convoy through Sander Air Base out of the way, listen a little bit more restrictions, so that we could catch chow at the Air Force Base rather than anything else.
I know. They used to get steak on my birthday when we were up on the alert pad. If it was your birthday, we got a steak.
Thursday they have lobster.
Oh, well, I can tell you. Yeah. I went to Alaska, TDY. They had just pans of king crab legs. It's just like, oh my God.
They pick up like lobster and do like grilled cheese sandwich day.
Yep, yep.
Or here's the FRE.
Right?
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills in consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 65 is amended. Senate Bill 205 is amended. Senate Bill 16 is amended. Senate Bill 179 is amended. Senate Bill 5 is amended. Senate Bill 13 is amended. Senate Bill 29 is amended. Senate Bill 31 is amended. Senate Bill 54 is amended. Senate Bill 166 is amended. Senate Bill 167 is amended. Senate Bill 206 is amended. Passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1009 as amended. Passed on second reading and ordered, revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 111 laid over until April 14, 2023, and retaining its place on the calendar. House Bill 1077 laid over until April 17, 2023, and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. There is an amendment on the desk. I know. Will the clerk read Cow Amendment 1?
Cow Amendment 001 to Senate Bill 65. Senator Lundin moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the
Minority
following
Leader
floor
Lundin.
amendment.
Mr. President, I move Cow Amendment 001 to Senate Bill 65.
Is there any discussion?
I would simply explain that in our speed to make the flight, we flew right past an amendment that needed to be added to the bill that gives BOCES the same capacity to provide the career development incentive grants as other aspects of the education establishment, and urge your support of Cow Amendment 001.
Will the clerk please mark Senators Van Winkle and Bridges as excused? Further discussion? Cow Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 65. The question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 65. Are there any no votes? This does not happen very often. Something is not right. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, to excuse, Cow Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 65 is adopted. Strange. There is another amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 166?
Cow Amendment 1, Senate Bill 166. Senator Kirkmeyer moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Kirkmeyer floor amendment L019 to Senate Bill
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 166.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I know many of you weren't here when we were having the discussion with regard to 166. This amendment simply said that if a local governing body has a code, that they get to keep that code. If they do not have a code, then they have to adopt the state code. I urge an aye vote on 001.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I spoke at length on this amendment as well during the debate. I think that this is what is going to allow for some flexibility while still achieving the goals of implementing what I believe to be some very important codes for the WUI, and so I would encourage an aye vote.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. We heard this in our debate, and we're a no then, and we still urge a no vote.
Question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 166. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts, Malika, Exum, Coleman, Cutter, Kolker, Majority Leader Moreno, Hansen, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Rodriguez, Gonzalez, Buckner, Priola, Fields, Henriksen, Danielson, Sullivan, Winter. Please add the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 20 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Cow Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 166 fails. There's another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 3 to Senate Bill 166?
Cow Amendment 003 to Senate Bill 166. Senator B. Pelton moved to amend
Senator
the report of
Pelton.
the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, we already had this debate, and I want to thank the sponsors for all their work that they've done with all of us to be able to add these, but this is still one amendment that I want to get on there. I want to make sure that
Senator Pelton, can you move the amendment?
Thank you. I'll move Cow Amendment 003 to Senate Bill 166.
To the amendment.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that I really talked about this clearly, is that we want to make sure that there is no energy component or negative fiscal impact to an energy component of the codes if down the line they get enacted to that. And that's the thing that I want to make sure that I'm explaining, is that down the line, if these codes keep going, and 5 years from now, 7 years from now, they try to add an energy component to these codes, which could happen, that there will be no negative fiscal impact. So I ask for an aye vote on Cow Amendment 003.
Further discussion. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. We ask for a no vote. The WUI codes that are going to be developed by the board are for the WUI code and not for anything else. Thank you.
Question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 3 to Senate Bill 166. Are there any no votes? Senators Gonzalez, Roberts, Malika, Zenzinger, Exum, Cutter, Majority Leader Moreno, Hansen, Coleman, Janal, Kolker, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Rodriguez, Fields, Henriksen, Sullivan, Danielson, Priola, Winter, Buckner. Please add the president. With a vote of 11 ayes, 22 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Cow Amendment 3 to Senate Bill 166 fails. There's another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 2 to Senate Bill 166?
Cow Amendment 2 to Senate Bill 166. Senator Kirkmeyer moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 002 to Senate Bill 166.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, for those of you who weren't here again, this one real quickly. We had within the bill, there's a provision, it's on page 7, that talks about that the code, the state board may amend the code, may change the code or modify their code, but not more than once every 3 years. The reality is the International Fire Code, the International Electric Code, and the International Building Code all get modified and changed on different years. So you could go for a 3-year period and have some codes updated on in the international code, yet the state board would not be able to modify their code if they've already done it once, because the bill says they may modify their code, they may update their code, but not more than once every 3 years. This amendment, L020, allowed the governing body to make modifications to their code as long as they determined that such modifications were necessary to reduce hazards to persons and void conflicts with applicable zoning ordinance. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would urge an aye vote on this amendment. It's a reflection of how things actually work, because there are multiple codes out there, and we have to ensure that if we are going to prioritize a new set of codes, they have to be able to work in concert with the rest of the codes that exist and the timelines in which they are introduced. It's just, this is a practical amendment that recognizes the reality on the ground while not detracting or taking away from anything that is in the bill. It is an addition to the bill. It's assuming that everything in the bill passes and that we are moving forward with addressing the WUI, but we're addressing it in such a way that is practicable.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, this provision came specifically from CCI. They wanted certainty in the code and what to expect, and so we added it at their request, as we did for many, many stakeholders, and we would ask for your no vote. We must respond to emerging data and information, and that helps us do so, this provision. So please vote no.
Senator Zenzinger.
I can appreciate that this was an ask by CCI, but I just want to point out that it's not CCI, it's not counties who implement building codes, it is municipalities. There are an array of codes that are out there that are implemented by different entities on different timelines. And it's really nice that we are giving a give to the counties who do not do some of the building code implementation that we are now impacting with this legislation. So I would encourage an aye vote on this amendment.
The question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 2 to Senate Bill 166. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts, Hansen, Coleman, Exum, Cutter, Majority Leader Moreno, Rodriguez, Gonzalez, Kolker, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Fields, Henriksen, Sullivan, Danielson, Priola, Winter, Buckner. Please add the president. With a vote of 14 ayes, 19 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Cow Amendment 2 is lost. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 65 is amended, 205 is amended, 16 is amended, 179 is amended, 5 is amended, 13 is amended, 29 is amended, 31 is amended, 54 is amended, 166 is amended, 167 is amended, 206 is amended, passed on second reading and order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1009 is amended, passed on second reading and order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 111 laid over until April 14th and retaining its place on the calendar. House Bill 1077 laid over until April 17th and retaining its place on the calendar. Governor's appointments. Consideration of governor's appointments, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the appointment listed on the consent calendar?
Member of the Colorado Energy Research Authority for a term effective July 1st, 2022, expiring July 1st, 2026, Michelle Hadwiger of Denver, Colorado, reappointed.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of the member of the Colorado Energy Research Authority.
Is there any discussion? The motion is the confirmation of the one appointment on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes on the consent calendar? With 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, the appointment is confirmed. Delivery to the governor.
April 13, 2023, to the governor for signature on Thursday, April 13, 2023, at 10 a.m. Senate bills 215, 216, 217, 218, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 230, 234, 235, 236, 237, 239, 242, 243, 244, 245, and 246.
Introduction of resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 9, Senators Will and Roberts, Representatives Lynch and McLaughlin, concerning the Colorado Legislative Sportsman's Caucus and in connection therewith designating April 27, 2023, Sportsman's Day.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Joint Resolution 9 lay over until Thursday, April 27th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Joint Resolution 9 to Thursday, April 27th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Joint Resolution 9 will lay over until Thursday, April 27th. Introduction of bills. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1060?
House Bill 1060, Representative Story, Senator Cutter, concerning updates to the Colorado State Forest Service seedling tree nursery and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Agriculture and Natural Resources. Conference Committee to report.
First report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 241 to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on Senate Bill 241 concerning the creation of the Office of School Safety and in connection therewith requiring the Director of the Office of School Safety to appoint a grants manager creating a crisis response unit within the Office of School Safety, specifying that the Office of School Safety has oversight over the School Safety Resource Center, specifying that the School Access for Emergency Response Grant Program is administered by the Office of School Safety, creating a Youth Violence Grant Program administered by the Office and making an appropriation, has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following, that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senators Bridges Chair, Zenzinger, Kirkmeyer, House Committee, Representative Byrd Chair, Sirota, and Buckenfeld.
Signing of bills.
April 13, 2023, the President has signed House Bills 1022, 1062, 1137, 1151, 1157, 1179, 1185, and 1191.
Announcements. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I know that SVMA will not be meeting until later on today at 1:30, but I wanted to make an announcement. We'll be hearing the bills in reverse order. So first we'll be hearing Senate Bill 211, and then we'll be hearing Senate Bill 276 afterwards, again, 1:30, not 1:30, later today in the old Supreme Court. It is now 4:22.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Upon adjournment, promptly 15 minutes after, members of the Business Labor Technology Committee, let's get there so we can get our business done so we can move on to the afternoon committees. Thank you. Get our business done.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 15 minutes, Local Government and Housing will be doing one confirmation and 2 bills, and we will have special guests on one of the bills. So just wait for it.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, we will meet after the committee meetings that are convening. Upon adjournment, we will meet at that time. So just come to our committee meeting and we'll be waiting for you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Agriculture and Natural Resources, we will meet immediately upon adjournment of local government in room 352. We have 4 bills on our calendar announcing that we will not be hearing House Bill 1036 today, but otherwise we will have the printed calendar.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, you're going to want to pay attention to this announcement because tomorrow the Colorado Coalition of Massage Therapists will be providing complimentary chair massages from tomorrow, April 14th, Friday, from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the old Supreme Court chambers. And they will be here all next week, so you can thank, just visiting, so you can thank them at that time.
Wow, 8 a.m. to 1, a 5-hour massage. Members, he was hoping I forgot. In the interest of time, will the Senate choir please assemble? We will be singing happy birthday to the one and only George Washington.
George Washington.
Today is his birthday,
That is
as we learned this morning.
George Washington.
It's Thomas Jefferson? Oh, I thought you said it was George Washington's birthday.
I probably need on the mic.
Yeah, you might. Oh, wow.
Let's sing happy birthday to the one and only, well, there's actually two of them, two Pelicans. But one of the two Pelicans.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Rod Pelton. Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you, shower graces on you. May the dear Lord bless you, Rod. May the dear Lord bless you.
Got it.
Further announcements. Majority Leader Moreno, are we going to be coming back to the floor after committees? We'll be coming back to the floor after committees, right?
Of course. Can you give a senatorial five?
The Senate will stand in a senatorial 5. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing no further announcements, I move that the Senate adjourn until tomorrow, Friday, April 14th at 9 a.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will adjourn until 9 a.m. Friday, April 14th.